organically or authorized authority. IFM stands for International Agricultural Movements. To avoid this in the whole organic and spray a fungicide or a harsh insecticide in be actually murdered because we are certification. It goes around integrity, professionalism and honesty and that you're allowed to apply. We don't have peace of mind that the conventional that he can get what is known as the kick, that he can, let's say, kickback effect, and he can sleep. And even if we have if our sprays would have been lost, that would be either with compost with, in the case of or if it was an insecticide but we try the job. By that, there are many predating on the eggs. They work to our benefit, and we want those parasites flourish. Sprays like the pyrethrum, you could kill all the wasps. Well, I don't want to do that. I want to kill my ladybirds. For the praying mantises, to your advantage. The chemicals, the better. As I said, the kickback effects are acting as my convention. They're asked to spray more frequently, so I think we would start spraying the sulfur sprays for fungus, and then around about Wednesday we'll start spraying our so that we've got adequate throughout the week in rain. One is of weather pattern, more so than the conventional farmer, safeguard as well. We just which is the area underneath the tree. Okay. We mulch what you call the bunkie only. Now, and if the soil is quite crumbly and there's a fair amount of organism activity, you'll be able to pick it up on the film. But the soil is quite crumbly. An indication, earthworm. Yeah. Now, what we also do, we leave all the what we call the tuckies naturally in the soil, or we encourage to come in. What's important is a tree in the forest symbiotically with fungus. Fungus for tree growth. The soil leaving wood or wood, the better. So what I'm just on the ground, in this case it was, and applying to the soil. Or stable manure from the horse. We take it out to, he said no, microorganisms, straw in the stables, urine and excreta, direct to the bunkies. Now I want to show you what it is. Where we applied was on the younger, and from this area we applied stable straw. What there was, we spray the stables, horse boy, once or twice a week at 1 litre per 10 litres, also EMs and water. And then we brought these bunkies from the stables. Now, please see of the soil. Yeah. Okay. Hands can go down. That is the total effect. I cannot believe it myself. Harder, but look at that. Yeah. This is quite a heavier soil. I should now show you.
Have you told us you're using the chemical fertilizers, right?
Quite a few of what I'm doing because they're intrigued and really when I show them what we do, believe it. But another, do what I'm doing, remove applying herbicide, by continuing applying herbicide because you're going to kill all the microorganisms. That's unfortunately what they've done. Applying fertilizers and they've killed.
Does soil ever recover?
Applying herbicides and salt fertilizers, just like we were saying.
How long did it take to recover?
Or more. But you've got to applying fertilizer, composts, companion plant, and then microorganisms and compost. Let's go. What it consists of, that 1,000 litre tank, filter, and then the most important part of corner. So they have the sump hole of the liquid pump, and we have suspended in the centre is all the compost. Ordinary compost comes, it's certified organic compost, preferably dominance, as I told you. So if we have as opposed to bacterial then vermic from earthworms, that's eaten vegetable dung.
Oh, they do.
Earthworms, it's the castings. Okay, I'll need to show you. And here is also ground up kelp, The process involves up to a certain level in the 100 liter mixture. 10 liters of molasses, for the molasses being sugar. Add humic and fulvic acids and for a foliar spray. Spray, ground pane, but we'll now, which is compost made from brand. Then we add I buy it all from here in. Now let me show you. Fish meal.
A bit more. Take close up.
Up seaweed? No, but it's collected off the west coast of the Cape, and as you can dried and ground up.
Yeah.
By the way, this is a very good fit. It provides all the trace elements that you require. If I remember, it's 100 seaweed per hectare by 150 grams around, and that'll last for up to 3. Here's bokashi, which fermented bran. I just want to in a compost.
Put your nose again. Then.
Has a very forest humus smell. Word of warning: if you go to garden outlets, I hope, but there's organic. If you really want organic compost certificate, which because there's an awful lot of junk and call it organic, cost, then the maker that provide you with the certificate is organic. Okay, which is coal. Now, those of you that know the same parts of the Western Cape will know that brack. They say it's brack, dark brown, but that's very humic acid in the water. Humic acid is actually from humus. Is decayed leaf. It's carbon from decayed leaf litter, and so humic acid in a strong form. Fulvic acid is. But the two of them work, and they are relatively new to science in the sense that they might be, but it is relatively new to science. And their exact workings to be sure, but it helps a lot. And after all, if you have it, then the factory being the leaves, producing, that's good. Here again, effects or the effective good form originate from Japan.
Tea is used for foliar sprays, and that
Yes.
insects.
No.
Surely it repels fungus.
Then we make it to promote when we program of foliar compostees with which is a slightly different. It's foliar, but the only difference is do not spray EMs onto the fruit or ground. That's where you want your effectively. It's the bokashi on the ground.
Sounds that the delicious fungicides.
It builds up its own. And insect fungus comes in and
Very good idea.
very simple. Herbicide, which is we have an apple palm, so we have a lot of apple. To the apple pomace we add, which fermented the apple pomace, and but it is, and we found by a 10 it had enough the grasses and the weed, but this is and at different levels of, probably will go of mixture of vinegar
And breeds.
Kikuyu is so dominant that it competes with the tree for moisture. So if suppress, I would be very happy. As far as the broadleaf weeds are concerned, and apply them to the compost seed first. Well, this is our poison.
It's not on. Oh, that is.
It's our poison room, but in this room, and at least you can breathe. And to my fellow farmers, you can hardly breathe, and in fact, an aspirator or what have I got in here? That stands for master liquid product derives for foliar, so it's the liquid form. Right, what else have we got? Seaweed. Once again, as a foliar spray, which is a fish oil.
Fish oil is the main
that is
aquifers.
Segro. Foliar sprays. All the elements in the. You won't believe it, but this is imported. The tree then becomes white, and this is actually technology. New concept in in South Africa, trees to stop sunburn. Two, by spraying on the tree, first thing it does is that the playing field for the insects are used to a green and smooth leaf, for argument's sake. You change the leaf tool. And if you have a kaolin under
Photosynthesis.
tell you how and why. That's why. Or a compound, but any aluminium silicate. Electron microscope, you'll see it's like of glass. So it repels insects because they get and they leave. But,
Does it wash off as well?
You having it so that you keep the cover up. Start applying it next week. We haven't done it yet, so it covers the fruit, and as a result, the sun's rays are not in the fruit, and it always protection is one very, very big problem, particularly with 80% of our granny crop due to. Now, the second point that you mentioned was photosynthesis effect on photosynthesis does not, and what it improves so that actually photosynthesis scientifically proven in the state, or at least they enclose trees, and the CO2 result in oxygen, and they found trees which were normal trees, tree sprayed kaolin. So it's an exciting product. Completely inert. It comes from latitude. It's a straight kaolin. You should probably know they come in all your pills as a bulk. By the word exterminator, this is pyrethrum.
Too good exterminator. Harsh.
Yeah, I find it too hard.
You'll have to say
Bacillus, so it's just a trait. What is actually color-coded labels? Green. Green is completely safe as here. Label here on the kelp. Segro. Which indicates caution.
as well, that one.
Yeah. And then it goes, red is of course the very dangerous one. Green label. It's in my store because I mean anything that's and we don't have any, or do we? Yeah. But particularly as you can see, that's and plant extract. But as I said earlier, harmful not only that your insect you're trying to remove, but also we're not to. Put them on the holes they've come out of.
I have that problem.
Yeah, they're both alive. See? Can you feel them? Up all the way down the side of it, can you pick it?
Great.
And here you it. And is at the stages a moth, the worm and boar in these two holes. We'll put and go through the phases of.
Don't you need the moths to?
No, no. We use higher bees. Yeah. When the spray was sprayed, it's still surviving, or they might actually the present, but haven't died yet. Dotty in the tree. So Dotty in the tree. Up. That's Dotty. Here's Dotty. It's a Granny Smith flower. Come on, show you. And a branch. You clearly see the flower. There we are. There's 3 fruit in it. A cluster with 3. There are 2, 4, 5, 3. But they all start off of maybe 5 to 7. And it's for pollination. And other. But bees is the best. Now, I don't know if you don't know, apple tree doesn't pollinate itself. It's self-pollinating, that's the rose. They need to be cross-pollinated. Old days when you look Yes, Goldens and Granny. Fly, hopingly, flowers of Goldens and pick up on his legs and then fly it. That's the theory. We don't have mixed orchard variety, but to get the pollination, we plant crab apples here, which is also a member of the apple, and all we grow flowers and hence pollen. We will fly over here picking up and will then fly the apple you want pollinated. But here we are. If we allowed all the, there we had the flowers of the crab, there it's been pollinated and given rise to 1, 2. Now if we left 5 fruits in, you'd result in small little, and I mean no one wants that, can't sell an apple under 60. So we come along with thinning scissors, I'm not going to do it, and we'll leave either, but we'll always fruit, because that's normally the of the cluster, and normally the first flower, normally to the biggest fruit, will take off, and that's in the end. So, but my spray, hormonal sprays at this affect the weaker element of this cluster. And that's where the question of, that's just another organics has to consider doing this job, as well as eating. Let's go move into show you. And a bundle down? Yeah. Tree. You saw it, but it's set. And she'll just, and they'll drop to the ground.
Yeah. I need another.
Now here, you see here, and it hasn't fertilized. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Just fall off. Didn't set. The fruit didn't set. More and more written out of the statute book. Conventional farmers are finding it with sprays that are there and at the bugs. Whereas control of bugs differently by holistically, rather holistically using we can. Number one, but a lot of those chemicals do not kill, resist or repel. Then, as I said earlier, using it on the insect larvae, trying environment where various predators such as praying mantids, then also that by not change that for birds and also eat insects. We actually forget about his bat. A lot of bats on the farm we have, and bats love they fly basically. As I say, looking and in the little streams that are on the farm, build small weirs here and then. Frogs because they themselves were bugs. Holistic approach, using technology to. Many years ago, the in the tractor row, but technology we sow fescues and clovers. The coverage here is a fescue, but you can probably see the here. And this is there's a strawberry clover. Now,
I've lost your hand.
what in organic clover is a lexing. So here, right in the tree row, so it's, I don't have to do anything, which is very interesting. Is it's all clean, but here and it's with the irrigation, grass, and then of the clover. If I come along with the herbicide, I kill everything,
Including the earthworms.
because the environment for the earthworms is not kill them all, but certainly I think we're not actually working for us. Come on, what? Batting holding moth is by dispensers 6 pheromone that's attracted in the impules here. The gas which attracts the male disorientates the mating, and this is what in program. We hang at dispensers, we hang 500 of them on a hectare. Dispenser I put on the where we put 1,000 on per hectare, 100 for use in organic. Or it is in the strap. It's accepted in.
And why don't you want those moths?
Well, the cotton moth does probably the most of any insect apple industry in the world. The fit will come and land and lay an egg. 3 days, and larvae will then, if they hatch on it, and they will bore into them, and they are so the first few bites because of raid on the fruit and there they stage. They come out or the bark in the tree, and so doing cycling. We can have up to season toll damage to the fruit. So we've done that as well. What's happening? Well, let's see. We've got no. Look at that. You know, you stop along the road now and look at any of that sides. It's like concrete, granular soil. I mean,
It's wonderful. So that's what I was trying to be.
yeah. Like this, we were more. After all, water is fairly removed, 30 years old. This ground. Dominating here is babala, sorghum, and we'll grow it as a cup purely to and disc in for gas. And then we'll sow for nitrogen fixing, adding green manure, and in 2 years' time this area, and then so do organic material. Attached to us, and it used to be home at night, but we rent it out in Cape Town a weekend, and this is the organic within 2 weekends achieved. Over there, those are, and I think lettuce in the foreground here. Prone to attack or woolly aphid. The ground, it crawls up, and like the sapsucker, and it sucks. It creates. You see that water?
Yeah, I see it, yeah.
Okay. Associated with a bud, but how active it is, whereas that bud. So in fact, it could. Now, after all, the bud is where it's fruit or leaves originate. There's a bud with fruit, bud with fruit. So the more damage you get, or with fruit. When we first had this problem, we found that pyrethrum was the best. I've told you before, pyrethrum, and not only does it, but what we did, a slow build-up of the parasites on the that creates more fresher. I can't tell here. And we believe that the aphids and the aphid. So there again, that nature work. Right. Since then, we haven't had on the woolly aphids. We've overcome the problem quite. Deep mulching on the ground. Sort of. We used our program. The snail bait. That's in the Western Cape. Baby ducks in the winter time, and raise them up. Pekings that are excellent in duck control. We teach them show them the ropes. They herd it out to the farm in the morning, and they slow to the duck house in the evenings. They've learnt the ropes over the years. I'm looking for snails. Actually call them, you know. Weed it, taking out all the grasses, and you can see clovers there. Yeah, just straight ahead of you.
So you do that broadleaf?
Yeah. Yes, we compost with cow dung and. If you walk along there, pennyroyal, so of course and smell. It's rather pretty. Now you be careful when you come and called spearning. Yeah. In fact, but that one hasn't set. You can see it. In organic diversity and all creep. And mammals as well. This was a kloof here, and gum, and we slowly cleared it with indigenous trees. As you else there, the corner is a wilderpers, and I've got Celtic stinkwood. I've also got the waterbessie, this is dentata. There's a rus just over here. You've got red oak pokers, and then fog lilies. Now each of these plants, different bird or mammal, and then by habitat. you're increasing the goodies for you, and it's a vital part of the farm. And slowly the farm will be turned in. And once we've got it to the stage, we do nothing more to it.
Fantastic.
On your shoulders in a garment. On the tree, and that inhibits from the ground into the tree. Snap apples. Before a pyrethroid which onto that batting, snipe beetle moved he would as he moved past. Pyrethroid because we found that they caught in that batting, but getting damage in the tree because all the ladders for the grass and into the tree sides. Excuse me. Well, have got some grass we left it, but he might enjoy that. And we planted last year spinach, so that in fact is about a year. And this is a one. So rather than plants, they can come here about here in December. This gets absolutely pop. Once again, use pyrethrum, which I don't. It's a harsh chemical. Only that is effective spray that's effective against aphid.
Clever idea. From?
And other parts of the world, member of the chrysanthemum family.
So,
well, pull it off and the birds come and that's the batting. If you were conveyed every 3 to 5 years. Just one of the little dams for the environment. Little dams and a fair amount of water flow in this and improve the habitat for frost. They create insecure.
I'm just trying to.
You won't be able to film that. It needs shade of the Knysna forest, which we're trying to create here. And there's natural rotting taking place. Class almost together. And there's all foliage and creating habitat for. I was quite astounded when Van Klaassen came to me and he said, "Men smaak lekker, the langzaan." So I said, what do you mean by that? Answer, but I think what he was trying to say normally is to all intents and purposes and I think that organic minerals and the cell and there's more fun. That's what he was trying to say to me. And maybe those levels were high, but it's very encouraging from a totally uninformed someone that is not necessarily insofar as organics. But then when I saw, I seem to say the fruit tastes better. I don't eat too much fruit. So I'll give you my opinion of it. But it comes out of it, so that water, the pesticide fertilizer free. The dam you see in the background here, it's part of the drainage of this. We pump water out of that dam for the area. So we have to have it done for at least in the water like cadmium, I can't remember what they all are. Levels of pyrethroids, bad sprays, they are diluted, but achieve it all in could clean up this entire valley next 10 years, then probably who knows. Judy, everything is all the ground, or the soil, accepted by or certified in New Zealand, has been in this company organically or authorised authority. IFM stands for International Agricultural Movements. To avoid this in the whole organic and spray a fungicide or a harsh insecticide in be actually murder because we are certification. It goes around integrity, professionalism and honesty and that you're allowed to apply. We don't have peace of mind that the conventional that he can get what is known as the kick, that he can, let's say, kickback effect, and he can sleep and even if we have if our sprays would have been lost, that would be either with compost with in the case of or if it was an insecticide for what. But we try the job. By that, there are many predating on the eggs. They work to our benefit, and we want those parasites flourish. Sprays like the pyrethrum, you could kill all the wasps. Well, I don't want to do that. I don't want to kill my ladybirds. For the praying mantises, to your advantage. The chemicals, the better. As I said, the kickback effects are acting as my convention there asked to spray more frequently. So I think we would start spraying the sulfur sprays for fungus, and then around about Wednesday we'll start spraying our so that we've got adequate throughout the week in rain. One is of weather pattern, more so than the conventional farmer, safeguard as what. We just which is the area underneath the tree. Yeah. We mulch that you call the bunkie only. Now, have a look. And if the soil is quite crumbly and there's a fair amount of organism activity, you'll be able to pick it up on the form. But the soil is quite crumbly. An indication, earthworm. Yeah. Now, what we also do, we leave the tuckies naturally in the soil, or we encourage to come in. What is important is a tree in the forest symbiotically with fungus. Fungus for tree growth. The soil, leaving wood or wood, the better. So what I'm just on the ground, in this case it was, and applying to the soil. Or stable manure. Now I want to show you what. Where we applied just was on the young goat, and from this area we applied stable straw. Can go down. That is the total effect. I cannot believe it myself. Harder, but look at that. Yeah. This is quite a heavier soil here now, and show you.
Have you told us you're using the chemical fertilizers, right?
Judy, quite a few of what I'm doing because they're intrigued and really when I show them what we do, believe it. But another, do what I'm doing, remove to promote the. When we program of foliar compostage, which is a slightly different. It's foliar, but the only difference is do not spray EMs onto the fruit or ground. That's where you want your effectively. It's the bokashi on the ground.
It sounds that the delicious what fungicides.
It builds up its own. And insect fungus comes in and
Very good idea.
very simple. Other side, which is we have an apple farm, so we have a lot of apple. To the apple pomace we add, which fermented the apple pomace, and but it is, and we found by a 10 it had enough the grasses and the weed, but this is and at different levels of probably will go of mixture of vinegar.
And breeds.
Kikuyu is so dominant that it competes with the tree for sure. So if suppress, I would be very happy. As far as the broadleaf weeds are concerned, and apply them to the compost heap. Well, this is our poison.
It's not on. Oh, that is.
This is our poison room, but in this room, and at least you can breathe. And to my fellow farmers, you can hardly breathe, and in fact, an aspirator or what have I got in here? That stands for. Master liquid product derives for foliar, so it's the liquid form. Right, what else have we got? Seaweed. Once again, as a foliar spray, which is a fish oil.
Fish oil is the main
that is
aquifers.
Segro. Foliar sprays. All the elements in the. You won't believe it, but this is. Imported. The tree then becomes white, and this is actually technology. New concept in South Africa, trees to stop sunburn. By spraying on the tree, first thing it does is that the playing field for the insects are used to a green and smooth leaf, for argument's sake. You change the leaf tool, and if you have a kaolin under
Photosynthesis.
Tell you how and why. That's how. Or a compound, but any aluminium silicate. Electron microscope, you'll see it's like of glass. So it repels insects because they get and they leave. But,
does it wash off as well?
You have it so that you keep the cover up. You start applying it next week. You know, we haven't done it yet, so it covers the fruit, and as a result, the sun's rays are not in the fruit, and it always protects. And there's one very big problem, particularly with 80% of our granny crop due to. Now the second point that you mentioned was photosynthesis effect on photosynthesis does not, and what it improves the so that actually photosynthesis scientifically proven in the state, or at least they enclose trees, and the CO2 result in oxygen, and they found trees which were normal trees, tree sprayed kaolin. So it's an exciting product. Completely inert. It comes from latitude. It's a straight kaolin. You should probably know they come in all your pills as a bulk upper, aspirin tablet. All that is, I would say, probably 50% or more. In paints, it's used in foodstuffs, in the pharmaceutical trade, but also it's used in the iron and steel. Widely used product. Judy, right next door, you know all that. Then here we have calcium. Apple trees. Chloride on our trees? No, not at all. And that is to improve. There's a shortage of calcium in the fruit. It draws it from the tree, and if the fruit doesn't form bitter pit, you might apples with little black. That's where it's starting to break down as a result of. Right. What else we? Calcium. We call calcium. Zinc max is to zinc. Organic certificates for all these. I mentioned to you, this comes from India. Some factory in India. By the word exterminated, this is pyrethrum.
Too good exterminator. Harsh.
Yeah, I find it too hard.
You'll have to say.
Bacillus, so it's just a trait. What is actually color-coded labels? Green. Green is completely safe as here. Label here on the kelp. Segro. It indicates caution.
As well, that one.
Yeah. And then it goes, red is of course the very dangerous one. green label. It's in my store because I mean anything that's and we don't have any or do it, yeah. But particularly as you can see, that's and plant extract, right? But as I said earlier, harmful not only that your insect you're trying to remove, but also to we're not to. Put them on the holes they've come out of.
Alive, that ballroom.
Yeah, they're both alive. See? Can you feel one? Up all the way down the side of it, can you pick?
Great.
And here you do it. And there's the stages a moth, the worm and boar in these two holes, which will now come out. It will put and go through the phases of.
Don't you need the moths to?
No, no. We use higher bees. Yeah. When the spray was sprayed, it's still surviving, or they might actually the present, but haven't died yet. Dotty in the tree. Side Dotty in the tree. Up. It's Dotty. It's Dotty. It's a Granny Smith flower. Come on, I'll show you. And a branch. You clearly see the flower. There we are. There's 3 fruit in it. A cluster with 3. There are 2, 4, 5, 3. But they all start off of maybe 5 to 7. And it's for pollination. And other. But bees is the best. Now I don't know if you don't know, apple tree doesn't pollinate itself. It's self-pollinating, that's the role. They need to be cross-pollinated. All days when you look at goldens and granny. Fly, hopingly, flowers of goldens and pick up on his legs and then fly it. That's the theory. We don't have mixed orchard variety, but to get the pollinate, we plant crab apples here, which is also a member of the apple. And all we grow flowers and hence pollen. We will fly over here picking up and will then fly the apple you want pollinated. But here we are. If we allowed all the... There we had the flowers of the crab. There it's been pollinated and given rise to 1, 2... Now if we left 5 fruits in, you'd result in small little... And I mean, no one wants that. Can't sell an apple under 60. So we come along with thinning scissors. I'm not going to do it. And we'll leave either... But we'll always fruit, because that's normally of the cluster. And normally the first flower, normally to the biggest, which will take off, and that's in the end. So, but my hormonal sprays at this affect the weaker element of this, and that's where the question has to consider doing this job as well as eating. Let's go move into show you. And a bundle down? Yeah. You saw it. That's set. And she'll just, and they'll drop to the ground.
Yeah.
Now here, you see here, and it hasn't fertilized. You see that?
Yeah.
Just fall off. Didn't set. The fruit didn't set. More and more written out of the statute book. Conventional farmers are finding it with sprays that are there and at the bugs. Whereas control of bugs differently by holistically, rather holistically using the can, number one. But a lot of those chemicals do not kill, resist or repel. Then, as I said earlier, using it on the insect larvae, trying environment where various predators such as praying mantids, then also that by not change that for birds and also eat insects. We actually forget about his bat. A lot of bats on the farm we have, and bats love they fly basically. As I say, looking and in the little streams that are on the farm, build small weirs here and then. Frogs because they themselves were bugs. Holistic approach using technology to. Many years ago, the in the tractor row, but technology we sow fescues and clovers. The coverage here is a fescue, but you can probably see the here, and this is This is there's a strawberry clover. Now,
I've lost your hand.
what in organic clover is a legsing. So here, right in the tree. So it's, I don't have to do anything, which is very interesting. Is people don't know is apart from aerating the soil, but they nitrogen as well. And in fact, if I had to take a spade and if I found one earthworm, that would be equivalent 1 ton of free nitrogen per year. And if you get more on an exponent, I think it was 22 earthworms, you're up to about 10 or 11 free nitrogen a year. So the more free nitrogen, basically the more given.
And
So-
if you use her, get them.
No, it used to be a clean bunkie here. And if you look, it's all clean. But here, and it's with the irrigation, grass, and then of the clover. If I come along with a herbicide, I kill everything.
Including the earthworms.
Because the environment for the earthworms, and I kill them all, but certainly I think we're not actually working for us. Come on, what? Batting holding moth is by dispensers 6 pheromone that's attracted in the impules here. The gas which attracts the male disorientates the mating, and this is what in program. We hang out dispensers, we hang 500 of them on a hectare. Dispenser I put on the, where we put 1,000 on per hectare, 100 for use in organic. So these do not come into contact with the chemical in there, or it is in the strap. It's accepted in.
And why don't you want those moths?
Well, the calling moth does probably the most of any insect apple industry in the world. The fit will come and land and lay an egg, 50 eggs. Those eggs will hatch on 3 days, and larvae will then, if they hatch on it, and they will bore into them, and they are so the first few bites because of raid on the fruit and there they stage. They come out or the bark in the tree, and so doing cycle. We can have up to season toll damage to the fruit. So we've done that as well. What's happening? Well, let's see. We've got no. Look at that. You know. You stop along the road now and look at any of that sides. It's like concrete, granular soil. I mean,
It's wonderful. So that's what I was trying to be.
yeah. Like this, we were more. After all, water is fairly removed, 30 years old. This ground. Emanating here is babala, sorghum, and we'll grow it as a cup purely to and disc in for gas. And then we'll sow for nitrogen fixation, adding green manure, and in 2 years' time, this area, and in so do organic material. Attached to us, and it used to be home at night, but we rent it out in Cape Town a weekend, and this is the organic within 2 weekends achieved. Over there, those are, and I think lettuce in the foreground here with like spinach, here, or you can see those, all sorts of things. Anyway, there we are. This one comes from New Zealand and now being successfully grown, so quite prone to attack or woolly aphid. The ground, it crawls up, and like a sapsucker, and it sucks. It creates, you see that water?
Yeah, I see it, yeah.
Okay, associated with a bud, but how active it is, whereas that bud, so in fact it could bud. Now after all, the bud is where it's fruit or leaves originate. There's a bud with fruit, bud with fruit. So the more damage you get or with fruit. When we first had this problem, we found that pyrethrum was the best. I've told you before, pyrethrum, and not only does it, but what we did, a slow build-up of the parasites on the of the aphid, and soon we saw the aphids, the wasp lays its egg in there and kills the aphid. Improve our mulching on the ground. Bring directly from the horse manure with the EM. That creates fresher. I can't tell here. And we believe that the aphids and the aphid eggs, so there again that nature work right. Since then we haven't had on the woolly aphids. We've overcome the problem quite deep mulching on the ground and sort of. We used our program, the snail bait, that's in the Western Cape, baby ducks in the winter time, and raise them up. Pekings that are excellent in duck control. We teach them by show them the ropes. They herd it out to the farm in the morning, and they slow to the duck house in the evenings. They've learnt the ropes over the years. I'm looking for snails. Actually call them, you know. Weed it, taking out all the grasses, and you can see clovers there. Yeah, just straight ahead of you.
So you do that broadleaf?
Yeah, yeah. Yes, we compost with cow dung and if you walk along there, pennyroyal, so of course and smell. It's rather pretty. Now you be careful when you come and called spearning. In fact, but that one hasn't set. You can see it. That one is set. That one is set. No, so those four. That this one is probably not set. There you are. Set. That one hasn't set. That one hasn't set. And that's it. Don't set. Will drop off. All right, Judy. That's important in organic diversity and all creep. And mammals as well. This was a kloof here and gum and we slowly cleared it with indigenous trees. As you see else there, the corner is a wildepas, and I've got Celtic stinkwood. I've also got the waterbessie, this is dentata. There's a rus just over here. You've got red oak pokers and then fak lilies. Now each of these plants different bird or mammal, and then by habitat you're increasing the goodies for you, and it's a vital part of the farm. And slowly the farm will be turned in, and once we've got it to the stage, we do nothing more to it.
Fantastic.
Oh, the birds are coming now.
Would you say that you've got your surrounding farms?
Yeah. Don't have more numbers within this.
Yep.
You see that? You know that's batting. You use in ladies. Goes in not collars on your shoulders in a garment on the tree, and that inhibits the from the ground into the tree. Snap apples. Before a pyrethroid which onto that batting, snipe beetle moved he would as he moved past. Pyrethroid because we found that they caught in that batting, but getting damage in the tree because all the ladders for the grass and into the tree sides. Excuse me. Well, have got some grass we left it, but he might enjoy that. And we planted last year spinach, so that in fact is about a year. And this is a one. So rather than plants, they can come here about here in December. This gets absolutely pop. Once again, use pyrethrum, which I don't. It's a harsh chemical. Only that is effective spray that's effective against aphid.
Clever idea. From?
And other parts of the world, member the chrysanthemum family.
So,
well, pull it off and the birds come and that's the batting. If you were conveyed every 3 to 5 years. Just one of the little dams for the environment. Little dams and the amount of water flow in this and improve the habitat for frogs. They create here.
I'm just trying to.
It needs shade of the Knysna forest, which we're trying to create here. And there's natural rotting taking place. Class for my together. And there's all foliage and creating habitat for. I was quite astounded when Evan Claassen came to me and he said, "Men smaak lekker, the langsan." So I said, what do you mean by that? Answer, but I think what he was trying to say normally is to all intents and purposes and I think that organic minerals and the cell and there's more fun. That's what he was trying to say to me. And maybe those levels were high, but it's very encouraging from a totally uninformed someone that is not necessarily insofar as organics. But then when I saw, people seem to say the fruit tastes better. I don't eat too much fruit. So I'll give you my opinion of it. But it comes out of it, so that water, the pesticide fertilizer free. The dam you see in the background here, it's part of the drainage of this. We pump water out of that dam for the area. So we have to have it done for, and at least in the water, like cadmium, I can't remember what they all are. Levels of pyrethroids, bad sprays, they are diluted. But achieve it all in could clean up this entire valley next 10 years, then probably, who knows.
Boer. I've come a very long way to ask you this question, so I hope you'll bear with me if I take a little more time about it. The way that I look at it, 3.9 billion years ago, the Earth was the sun was 25% cooler than it is today. But the temperature of the Earth was actually too hot for there to be life on Earth because the quantity of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere held the heat against the planet. And during the course of the time between then and 250 million years ago, the various coccolithophorid bacteria and blue-green algae and various other organisms took that carbon dioxide out of circulation and put it into coal, oil and limestone. Now we have been, for the last 200 years since the Industrial Revolution began, we have actually been taking that safety mechanism that made this Earth in the first place possible for life on Earth, and we have been actually putting that carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere for already, as far as we're concerned, too long. So for me it is very distressing to actually come to a conference like this and find that instead of actually talking about stopping what we're doing and indeed actually doing some carbon scrubbing and reforestation on a massive level to try and undo what we've done, we're actually talking about reducing possibly by 2020, possibly by 2050, to half. I mean, it's as though you don't understand that before 250 million years ago, the Earth was too hot for us to live on because these gases were in circulation, and we have already put some of those gases back. And we should be actually declaring a state of emergency as far as we're concerned and working out how to stop the use of fossil fuels, and that is already possible. If you read the book by Ms. Georges Monbiot, it's there. So what I want to know, my question to you is this appropriate to speak of, to have a conference like this, given the nature of what fossil fuels are actually doing to the atmosphere?
You said you'd come a long way to ask this question. Judging by your accent, you've come from South Africa to ask me that question. I think that as a matter of principle, of course, you're absolutely right that we've, since the Industrial Revolution, pumped a quantity of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere that is already resulting in serious impacts around the world, especially in developing countries. But there are some other realities out there as well, and I'm not saying one is more important than the other, but another reality that's out there is that in India alone, there are 400 million people who do not have access to electricity and really would like to have access to electricity, either to use it to cook or to have lighting for their children so they can read their study books in the evening. The fact is that we are confronted worldwide with a huge energy challenge. The International Energy Agency has calculated that if we see the healthy economic growth around the world which is expected, and if you are to supply the electricity that's going to have to fuel that economic growth, not just in the context of rich countries getting even richer, but more importantly in the context of countries where millions of people are living on less than $1 a day to eradicate poverty and safeguard economic growth, then to supply the energy to fuel that economic growth, the next 25 years, $20 trillion is going to be invested in power supply. And if we do not have in place an international policy that's going to limit the growth of emissions and then reduce emissions, then in the absence of that policy, we will see global emissions go up by 50% instead of the down by 50% that the scientific community is telling us is necessary. The scientific community is telling us we have a 10 to 15 year window of opportunity to get global rising emissions to shift to a downward trend. So given the fact that that we're confronted with such a huge economic challenge as well, the question is, the question that we will have to find the beginning of an answer to here in Bali is how can you create a long-term climate change regime that allows you to alter that emission trend through industrialized countries taking on much more stringent emission reduction obligations, and then gradually through international cooperation lowering emissions in developing countries while at the same time safeguarding economic growth. So I would agree with you that we're on a very dangerous path. At the same time, I have the feeling that we're confronted with some economic and some poverty imperatives that force us to try and find a sensible way forward. The challenge is that basically the scientists are telling us we have just 10 or 15 years in order to find the answer to that very complex question.
I'm a researcher at South African National Biodiversity Institute, that's at Kirstenbosch Gardens in Cape Town. And at that institution, we mostly carry out the objectives of the Biodiversity Act that South Africa has. So we work on different biodiversity aspects, in my case, mostly reptiles and amphibians. So I look for different species of them, I look for patterns on the landscape of where the species are and where are the most hotspots for biodiversity of reptiles and amphibians. And we use a bit of DNA analysis to try to help us with understanding what are species, where they are, how they're distributed.
Have you noticed any, as a thinking person who reads a lot, just even irrespective of your scientific background, do you have any concern about what's happening environmentally, and if so, where does it lie?
Can I think about that for a second? I don't want to use your time there, but because that's quite a deep question. Yeah, so I do have some concerns about our biodiversity and the fact that we're losing it, because it may seem in a way okay to lose just one species here and there, but in fact because the species are all connected to each other, if you lose one you weaken the whole system. If you lose two, it weakens more. So what we're also concerned with is what they are calling these days functional diversity of ecosystems, and the ecosystem has to be able to function properly, and if it doesn't, then you start losing things like water resources and food resources. So even though it doesn't seem like natural ecosystems are the same as agricultural ecosystems and things that support humans, they actually are heavily connected. So all of our agriculture and our water resources depend on natural ecosystems being there and being intact. So when we start taking species out of them and losing them, we're disrupting the function of that ecosystem. So these are quite big problems we have to deal with these days. And some of the reasons that these ecosystems lose their species is because we're changing the land around the ecosystems. So it's not just things like polluting the water or things like that, but if we are impacting the area around them, impacting the area in the watersheds by planting too much pine plantations or whatever sorts of other impacts we have on the landscape, it changes that ecosystem, and then it can't support the actual other processes that we want to be supported for humans. So we have to have a balance between our human needs and keeping the ecosystems intact.
No holds barred, no money, and you could say, I've got an idea what we should do that could change the dangers of what you just mentioned. Is there anything simple, or is it quite complicated, or would you let us know what it is?
I think if there were no holds barred and ample money, I suppose my plan would be to try to set aside as much natural landscape as possible and make sure that it's not impacted, especially in areas like mountains, because they provide the water down to the lower lands. And so try to keep those landscapes clean and pristine and without impacts on them, get rid of the alien species in them that are sort of changing the ecosystem, and make sure that the streams are quite clean. So what would be very nice about having as much land set aside as possible is that you're preserving the ecosystems, and that would support the human well-being, really. So I think what I would do is set aside as much land as possible so that we could preserve our natural ecosystems, especially in areas like montane regions or mountain regions, because those are where the watersheds originate, and you would want to make sure that those areas are quite pristine. You can monitor these areas too by looking at the changes in plants and animals that are in the ecosystem. So if all the frogs are there that belong there, you know that the ecosystem is intact. If all the lizards and all the pollinators and all the plants that are there, if they're there, the ecosystem is functioning well. So just by looking at different plants and animals that are in the ecosystem, you can tell whether or not it's working properly. So I think if I could do whatever I want, I'd have lots of area put aside, make sure it was pristine, and I'd have programs in there where you bring people in, specialists, and you can monitor any changes that are disrupting the environment. So yeah, that's what I would do.
Steve was describing that one reserve where the humans were allowed to eat as anything they wanted out of it. That wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Because the animals are part of the whole system, aren't they?
Right, yeah. Also, I mean, you actually want the big animals around too. So before South Africa was heavily populated, there were large animals roaming around these places. And there were grazers and browsers and all sorts of things like that. So in other words, bokkies and things that would go along and eat the different vegetation and keep the sort of balance between the vegetation getting too high and allowing it to regrow again. And what we have now is a problem where there's bush encroachment in a lot of places, so the vegetation grows too high and it excludes the animals that ought to belong there. If we had grazers and browsers grazing and eating the grasses and eating the bushes and things, that would keep the bushes and the grasses low enough so that those animals would, and plants too, would be able to live there, that belong there. So it's a problem when we exclude the big animals. It's a problem when we do things like exclude fire in areas that ought to be burning, because if the fire doesn't come through and burn, you get this bush encroachment again. And we have species that are going locally extinct in areas where there's been bush encroachment. So we need to restore these sort of natural processes.
And now, as an ordinary member of public, have you ever heard of the process of global warming?
Yes.
Do you buy it, or do you think it's a myth?
No, I don't think it's a myth. We do have... Look, we know that there was, 20,000 years ago, there was an ice age. And the globe has been warming since then. So we have long-term natural trends in global warming. But the obvious issue now is that we're putting certain chemicals into the atmosphere, carbon dioxide, for example, at an excessive amount, an unnatural amount. And these chemicals are known to retain the heat in the atmosphere. So the more we do that, the more the heat's going to be retained. And then we, of course, will have an increased warming trend in addition to our natural one. And so we have already seen changes in the distribution of plants and animals that used to be in one place, and now they're excluded because it's become too warm there for them. And this is both in the sea and on the terrestrial environment. So we're seeing it in the plants and animals already, even if the long-term trends in the temperatures that have been recorded aren't exactly explicit yet as to what's going on. So the animals and plants are responding.
And you've seen that in your research?
Lots of studies have been done about it, yeah. So it's usually easier to find them on the sunny side, but they also like to hide. So we have to look in all the different cracks, which are dark. You have to stick your face right in there. You never know what's going to be in there. They wedge themselves into the cracks. And if they have a crack, it's sort of their home, and then they'll come out to the edge of the rock and they'll watch what's going on, but they can easily get back into the crack from there. So that's what we expect. Oh, I see movement in there. It looks like a gecko. It's very deep in there. The crack he's got plenty of space to maneuver around. I keep losing sight of him. I think I see him. No. Yes, I see his eye. And there's, oh, go back in. So do this thing we call throw their tail. It means they throw it off of them. And oh, where did he go? He's almost out. And here's the black cockroaches. Go. I don't want to kill you. It's great. Look at that. They're really something special.
They've lived a long time,
Oh yeah.
and they'll live a lot longer than us.
He's cool. He feels cold. It's quite funny. I didn't expect that.
I would never have realised he was a cockroach.
Yeah. He's a bit confused where he is right now.
Wait, no, I think they're coming with water now.
Kinko.
Maybe. Water in. Jump on a hook in from this side then. Yeah. Oh, there it goes, on the left. There it goes, there. Did it go in here? Yeah, there's a white stone. Left, no, oh, you got it. You got it? Yeah. Cool, you
It's a lacertid lizard, and the lacertids are actually in Africa and Asia, but they're most diverse in Africa, and they're in parts of Europe too. But Africa is a center of diversity, southern Africa, for these lizards.
He doesn't look too displeased,
He's not happy, but he's not
panicking.
panicking. And it is a he, so I could say he with confidence. Don't know if you can see, but his tail is really thick. You can tell it's a male because here at the base of the tail it's quite thick. See how it goes down, tapers this way, but it's very thick there. And lizards and snakes too have two penises, so they're both inside there. They keep them in there, one on each side. If you just put a little bit of pressure, you can see them start to come out on either side there. I won't push too much.
Yeah. So he's a male.
He's a male, and he also has probably the orange stripes. You know,
Yeah.
he's sort of ready to breed, breeding colors there. And right in this armpit, it's quite hard to see, but there's a little orange dot in his armpit.
Yeah.
That's a mite. Lizards have mites that live on them, epiparasites. That's how we know so much about them, because we take a little bit on their tail for the DNA analysis.
He's scared.
Yeah, now he's breathing quite heavy. So you feel how soft you know that lizards do that, right? Their tail comes off and grows back. Except, guess what kind don't?
Chameleons.
They don't grow it back. And agames, you know the cohomanders? The blueheads? Yeah, they're related to chameleons. Chameleon's closest relative. And they also don't grow their tail back. Tail is all segmented inside so that it breaks purposely. So, just that.
What is that?
He didn't scream or anything.
But he's got a shorter tail.
Yeah. The tail regenerates. So we were just talking about that.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Ali Omar. Dr. Omar is a research scientist at the Chemistry and Dynamics branch of NASA's Langley Research Center, and he will talk to you all about NASA Earth observation systems and applications for health and air quality.
This talk is about NASA data and how we use it for societal benefit. How we use NASA data to solve day-to-day problems. In this particular case, health and air quality. NASA has so many satellites orbiting, and a lot of these satellites are making measurements of environmental factors, of the state of the climate, and we collect so much data in the distributed active archives, and this data can be used for societal benefits. As you can see here, these are the missions that have operated, are currently in operation. And if you look at what we have done, just within the last 10 years, there have been so many new missions, both looking at land, looking at the atmosphere, looking at the ocean, looking at water quality, looking at the air quality, and all these can be applied to environmental health and air quality issues. If you look at these missions, a lot of them are between not only NASA, but NASA and other agencies within the US, and a lot of them are also collaborative with other international partners. In particular, Landsat 8 is in collaboration with the US Geological Survey. SUMI NPP is in collaboration with NOAA. We have OSTM, JASON, which is in collaboration with the Japanese. Calypso is in collaboration with the French. So there's a lot of international collaboration in these measurements. And we have so many measurements that in the last, in between 2014 and 2015, we had 5 new launches of instruments. Missions that are currently in formulation, and these will be launched very soon. The missions in green are the ones that have been recently launched, and the missions in blue are missions that are in their extended phase. Extended phase means a mission has launched, it has achieved its 3-year mission, and it's going beyond that time. So missions like Calypso and missions on Aqua and Terra are more than 10 years. They were launched for a 3-year period. And so in the next few years, we are going to see several more instruments that are going to be based on the International Space Station. We have about 5 or 6 new instruments that will be on the International Space Station, which gives us a more cost-effective way of launching these satellites. And so, just to underline the international collaboration, this is the OCO2 Orbital Carbon Observatory, the second instrument in that chain, in the International A-Train. The A-Train is a system of instruments that are following each other. The difference between all of these instruments is about 10 minutes. So they are looking at the same place on Earth. So you can get synergistic measurements, and you can get more products out of those measurements. And several countries have partnered with the US to achieve this. And so more and more measurements from space are going to be international collaborations between not only NASA, but NASA with several of the other space agencies. And getting to my talk today, before I do that, I want to say something that we really feel very lucky about. In between February of 2014 and January of 2015, we launched 5 instruments in space. This is a big achievement, because we haven't done something like this in the last 10 years. So despite the difficult budget situation that most scientists are facing, this is a pretty remarkable achievement. And so with successful launch of SMAP on January 31st, we reached 5 new instruments. And those 5 instruments are, the first one is SMAP. SMAP is a soil and moisture active passive sensor. It measures soil moisture freeze and thaw. These are important for hydrology, climate, the carbon cycle, This was launched on the 31st of 2015. As soon as right after it was launched, we launched GPM on the 2014, and GPM is a replacement for the Tropical Rainforest Measuring Instrument, which measures global precipitation. It's the global precipitation measurement, and within a few months of that measurement, we were able to measure the tropical precipitation of Hurricane Isaiah as it was crossing the Hawaii Islands. And so that instrument replaced TRMM, which was a long-term measurement of tropical rainfall measurement. Another instrument in this group of 5 instruments is the Orbital Carbon Observatory 2, which was launched in July of 2014. Now we think about carbon dioxide as a well-mixed gas present everywhere in about the same amounts. But if you look at the first measurements from OCO2, we see that carbon dioxide actually has a pretty significant variation all over the globe. There are areas where the carbon dioxide concentrations are much higher than others, and the areas where it's much lower. As you can see, in the regions of the Amazon and the equatorial forests of Africa, there is pretty high amount of column CO2 compared to the Sahara Desert. And some of that is related to the biomass burning activities that happen in that region. And so there's quite a variation. We can only tell that there's a variation on carbon dioxide throughout the globe by looking at it from space. Measuring it from one point just tells us what the concentrations at that point are. Another instrument that was launched in this group were launched on the space station, and that was the RapidSCAT, which measures the surface wind, some of which are shown by Jason. Now, how does an orbiting satellite work? We all tend to think that the satellite is launched and it revolves around the globe, but the satellite, most of the satellites that we launch are launched into a fixed orbit. This is a north-south orbit over the poles, and the Earth spins below the orbit on its own axis. And this enables us to pretty much view the whole Earth every day. So every day the Earth spins around its axis one time while the satellite is orbiting above it, so you get a mapping of the whole Earth in one day. Air quality and health, these are really the topics that I wanted to talk about. The first part of my talk was introductions to satellite measurements. This picture is July of 2004. This was a period when several states in the US saw very poor air quality conditions. And this went from all the way from Ontario in Canada through the Midwest. As you can see, the smoke distribution that goes all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico that covers most of the Midwest. And a result of fires, Alaskan fires, and these Alaskan fires were affected, and they affected that whole region, and the air quality in all those states was poor, actually exceeded the standards. There was no way we could have known about this without satellite measurements. The satellite could see a snapshot of this transport across that whole region, and air quality, and applying this in organizations' policies and business management decisions. And so we work with academia, we work with private organizations, we work with non-governmental organizations, and anyone who is looking to apply the data to produce a solution that is of benefit to society. And for every application that we fund, we look at groups that will prove out, develop, and will transition these applications and ideas to a sustained use of Earth observations in decision making. So if somebody has an idea where they can take Earth observations and develop them into a sustained use for decision making, then the Applied Sciences program is likely to fund such a project. A question was asked earlier, the data is there, we know the data is free and it's available to everybody anywhere from NASA. But most times the data is difficult to understand and to apply. So NASA has a capacity building organization that tries to train people in different organizations within the US and also in other countries on how to use the data and how to access the data and how to use the data. And so we have a project called SEVERE that has several hubs. One of them is in East Africa, another one is in South Africa, another one is in West Africa, and there's a hub in South America, and there are 2 hubs in Asia. And so they're developing these hubs where NASA people go and train the people in those countries on how to use NASA data and how to access NASA data. And I'll talk about that, and if you want more information, I can give it to you. We also engage, the Applied Sciences program tries to engage the NASA mission development teams at a very early stage and talk to them about what measurements are useful for society, what measurements do air quality managers need, what measurements do health practitioners need, or people who are in public health. And so those measurements become a priority of these missions, and so they will take these measurements into account so that they are not developing missions that only produces science, but they are developing missions that produces data that's of benefit that could be used in decisions, in day-to-day decisions. So in these 3 areas form the Applied Sciences program. And you can look at any of their, if you go to nasa.appliedsciences.gov, you can look at any of their annual reports. It tells you what they do. And NASA Applied Sciences started as a result of the fact that NASA is very good at doing the things on this side. We're very good at technology, mission observations, data and archiving, research and analysis, models and predictions. We do these things very well. But to move from that side to the green side, where you have to make management decisions, policy decisions, forecasting, response and recovery, which society needs, we haven't done that in the past very well. Now with the Applied Sciences program, we have this bridge program that will fund activities that move our data and our knowledge from this side to that side. And we have had several successes in doing this. This has been only going on for the last maybe 10 years, and more intensely maybe the last 5 years, where we're starting to move our data and our science and our knowledge from just pure science to management decisions and applications for policy. And this goes for applications not only in the US, but all over the world for people who use NASA data. And this is part of the program that I work with. I have worked with the science part for many years, but now I do some work for headquarters in moving our knowledge to the other side. And currently, this Applied Sciences program has 4 main areas: health and air quality that I'm talking about today, water resources, disasters and ecological forecasting. And we had all the 9 areas, but we saw that for budget reasons we could not do all of them, so we only do the first 4. But if there's any issue in any of the other 5, then we can pick it up. For example, if there is a weather-related emergency, like the Hurricane Irene that JT was showing earlier, then we can pick it up for that period of time, but we don't have a sustained program that addresses the other parts. SEVERE is it's a Spanish word for an acronym that stands for these regional platforms for science data that have hubs in different regions. As I said, we have hubs in the Americas, in Africa, and in Asia. And on these hubs, they use Earth observations and predictive models for those regions, for their environmental management, for their disaster response and climate change adaptation. And it also includes a pretty intense program of training and capacity building, because whenever we go to a region, usually that region are interested in the data, but they don't have the training to use the data and also to understand the data. So we hold these workshops to train people, and then we actually do forecasts and we supply the managers. And by the way, the sites are shown on the map on that side. Those are the current 5 sites that we have. They are developing a site in South Africa and another in West Africa. And so if you have good ideas about using NASA data, we can talk about connecting you to this program. And I must say that USAID is also part of Severe. So why health and air quality? We know that climate change has a pretty positive impact on health and air quality. We know that it changes regional weather, climate change, higher temperatures lead to heat waves, extreme weather, changes in precipitation, as we have talked about. And this leads to different air pollution levels, and naturally it leads to different contamination pathways for diseases, and also the transmission dynamics. The vectors are affected by temperature, precipitation, and this leads to health effects such as heat-related illnesses and deaths, extreme weather events that have a direct impact on health, air pollution-related health effects, water and food-borne diseases, and most importantly, vector-borne diseases that are very sensitive to environmental conditions. So we do a lot of research in this area, collecting data about these changes, but we're also starting to work with the health communities to look at not only adaptation measures, but also to look at mitigation measures for some of these diseases. And most importantly, to try to forecast before a disease takes root, or a vector-borne outbreak of a disease. Okay, you all know this more than I do. I'm more of an earth scientist, but the global emerging diseases are not only many, but as you can see, in the red is emerging diseases. In the blue are diseases that have been dormant and are re-emerging. And most of these diseases are either zoonotic or vector-borne. And because of that definition, they have a dependency on environmental factors. And if a disease has a dependency on environmental factors, then it means that you're likely to predict its outbreak if you know what the environmental conditions are. And as you can see, we have several re-emerging diseases that have been dormant but are re-emerging, and a lot of these have dependencies on environmental factors like temperature, precipitation, soil moisture, most of the factors that NASA measures regularly. And then there are other environmental threats that are man-made. This is a case where there was an oil spill in the Gulf. This was in 2010. A lot of you have heard of this oil spill. It's a pretty massive oil spill that went on for a long time. The emissions from this produced a lot of crude volatile organic compounds that reacted with nitrogen dioxide to produce ozone. The air quality in that whole Gulf region was very bad for a long time. NASA satellites tracked the oil spill very closely, and we also had some airborne campaigns to measure the ozone, and we could tell how much of the ozone elevation in those regions came from this crude oil spill. And so this is some of the ways that we have set up systems that will react to some of these changes quickly. And so our objectives, if we go back to our objectives in the Health and Air Quality Program, are actually to support the use of these observations in air quality management and public health, in particular regarding infectious diseases and environmental health issues. Also, the implementation of air quality standards. The US has this national ambient air quality standards, below which each city cannot go or they will face fines. And so we have data that informs the state of the air quality, that will inform policy and regulations, both for economic and human welfare. The area also addresses toxic and pathogenic exposure and health-related hazards and their effects for risk and characterization and mitigation. This is when we look at what are the concentration levels of different types of pollutants like nitrogen dioxide or sulfur dioxide from satellites. And because we can look at the whole world, we can also look at intercontinental transport of some of these pollutants from one region to the other. And so we can look at the increasing development in some parts of the world and how that is affecting other areas. And finally, we look at what the effects of the projected climate change is on public health and air quality. And we support managers and policymakers in their planning on how to adapt and mitigate to these changes. And this morning, during JT's talk, there was a question about what is the ground truth. Even in the US, we don't have enough ground measurements that measure things like air quality, because the air quality standards are enforced from ground level measurements by the EPA. If you look at this map, the map of the US, the green regions are regions where we have monitors that can measure air quality, like what's the concentration of particles, NO2, SO2 in the atmosphere. The blue regions are regions where we don't have those monitors, but if we take satellite measurements, we can get measurements that are just as good as the monitors. So already, just even for the US that has a lot of ground-based monitors, we're using a lot of satellite measurements to augment the ground-based measurements. But even in the US, there are regions where we cannot use satellite measurements or ground-based measurements. The regions in white are regions where we don't have any measurements at all, neither from satellite nor from ground. And this is because in that southwestern region, the land is so dry, it's desert basically, and the reflection from the surface does not allow a good measurement from the MODIS instrument. And so in that region, we basically do not have measurements over pretty large regions. Of course, like in Phoenix area would have ground-based measurements, but that's for a very small part. But generally, for the most part, we don't have measurements. The rest of the world is even worse off. So in this case, if there was a smoke, as there was a smoke in Missouri in 2013, the air quality was really poor in some parts of northern Missouri. And because there are no measurements, if you used only the ground satellites, you would see that the air quality is pretty good. So you wouldn't have any reason to issue any kind of warning because the air quality is good. The green section on the top right-hand side there, showing that the air quality is pretty good for that region, for the northern part of Missouri, and that's because you really don't have measurements there to tell you. If you include the satellite measurements, then you will see the effect of the smoke, and you see that that same region is now getting into the yellow region, which is a region for a moderately high air quality index, which requires warning to certain populations like the elderly or the young not to go outside for prolonged periods of time or not to engage in strenuous activity outdoors. So if you don't have the satellite measurements, you cannot make that decision. So this is the case where the satellite measurements are informing public health decisions directly. And so this event extended into Minnesota, and one of the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency staffers gave us this anecdote and said, this is the best tool I've seen so far that integrates satellite data with information from ground monitors to provide you this enhanced smoke condition that requires a warning. Okay, we also support the state air quality agencies. State air quality agencies in the United States are required to maintain certain air quality standards within their state. And if there's a violation, then they're required to submit what are called state implementation plans. These state implementation plans depend on models. The models depend on data. And we have scientists who work with these state implementation managers to provide data, especially for the distribution of clouds. In this case, this model, this particular scientist at the University of Alabama provides both the timing and the spatial distribution of clouds into the air quality model, and this improves the accuracy of this state implementation plan. And as a result, as you can see in the graph in the lower right, in the middle right corner, there's quite an improvement when you include satellite data as when you do not include satellite data in these models. And that gives you a more accurate state implementation plan, which leads to a better outcome.
Nous sommes le potentiel.
Nous sommes la technologie.
Nous sommes déterminés.
Nous sommes ensemble.
Nous sommes engagés.
Nous sommes une partie de la solution.
Nous sommes l'adaptation de l'agriculture africaine.
Nous apportons des solutions
agricoles innovantes qui permettront de lutter contre le changement climatique.
Il a fait dans le monde.
Alors, vous aussi, soutenez le projet en amont de la COP22 en signant sous le mur des soutiens
via #WeAre.
By Mr. Tor Gunnar Kofod, a farmer from the Danish Farmer Organization, which is also a member of WFO, by Bernard Valnoven, Director of Central Africa and Natural Resource Management of IITA, by Clyde Grumman, Director of Public Affairs Fertilizer Canada of the CFA and other WFO members, and by His Excellency Mark Sinclair, Climate Change Ambassador for New Zealand. Dr. William Ralston, WFO Acting President, to take the floor. Please, Dr. Ralston, you have the floor.
Thank you, Marco. And thank you all for coming here. We live in a world which is interconnected. We live in a world where we rely on each other to produce the food which sustains us all. We live in a world which is changing. And while agriculture sustains us all, millions of farmers from many parts of the world come home from their fields hungry every day. They are directly affected by climate change. They are affected by soil degradation. They are affected by reducing water supplies. And they are affected by extremes of weather. But we also have to play our part in our fight against climate change through mitigation, and through adaptation. The Paris Agreement reflects the interconnectedness, the reliance, and our changing world. It came into force on the 4th of November this year, ahead of time, which is a great start for this agreement. We are in this battle together. We need to take action. We need to make investments, and we need to work together to build farming systems which are resilient and sustainable. Resilience and sustainability into the future. The Paris Agreement has recognised the imperative, the dual imperatives and the conflicting imperatives, that we have to combat climate change, but we also need to protect food production. Climate change and food security are linked through agriculture. As we all know, we have a population which is growing and expected to reach 9.6 billion by 2050. The FAO predicts that we need to increase our food production by 60 to 70% by 2050. This is a challenge, and it is a challenge which is constrained by climate change. Our food systems need to adapt to the weather events. They need to adapt to changing resources, and they need to adapt to increasing temperatures. We also need to look for alternative sources of energy, and agriculture may have a part to play here. But how do we meet these challenges? There are a few things that farmers need. Farmers need access to new technologies. We are in the middle of the digital revolution, and we stand at the dawn of the biological revolution. Earlier last century, in the middle of last century, we had the first green revolution, championed by the likes of Norman Borlaug. We need a second green revolution to meet these challenges. Farmers also need access to markets. Food security is mentioned in the Paris Agreement, and trade is part of achieving that food security. We need the people around the world, we need the farmers around the world to do those things which they do best in the interests of our planet. The farmers need encouragement under the Paris Agreement. Farmers need encouragement under the Paris Agreement, not punishment under the agreement. Rules and regulations, I think it's quite obvious, are ignored by those who have a hungry tummy, whose bellies are not full. We need to prioritise hunger, but if we're clever, we can prioritise hunger and meet our environmental obligations at the same time. And the Paris Agreement recognises these things. It has work streams going on as we speak on capacity building, on finance, and on agriculture. So farmers have a dual role in the Paris Agreement, with food production and in addressing climate change. And that is challenging. This side event today will explore what we can do together, how we can help each other, and how we can build partnerships. And I thank the International Fertiliser Association who are working together with the WFO on this side event. The outcomes for farmers will be improved carbon intensity for the products we produce, and more resilient farmers who are adapted and who are stronger to meet the challenges in the future for a better future. Thank you.
So now I can cede the floor to Mr. Ton Gunnar Koffet, farmers from the Danish Farmer Organization.
Thank you very much, and thank you that I have the opportunity to give my contribution to this here. Agriculture is a front line in the front line of the climate change. For us in the field, it is not a faraway concept. It is a part of our life. But agriculture is also unique. it is part of the solution, as we have heard before. We can mitigate and we can adapt. At the same time, the Paris Agreement acknowledges that we have to make a balance between the fight against climate change with the food security concerns and sustainable development goal to end hunger. Therefore, within the countries, mitigations and adaptation should be undertaken in a manner that does not threaten the food production at all. This is the biggest task for our generation, and this is why farmers worldwide need to be able to invest in our future, so that global agriculture becomes more resilient to water disruption whilst we feed the growing population. For this to work, global security society needs to invest in agriculture, and especially in these agriculture who are not able to invest in themselves. So we have to call for a financial instrument for the COP to do so. New agricultural solutions to mitigation and adaptation should be strongly supported by the Green Climate Fund. I will give you an example from the small island in Denmark where I live. It is named Bornholm, in the middle of the Baltic Sea. There I have my farm and my production. I produce grass seeds, many different kinds of grass seeds. But I'm a small part of something a lot bigger, because the farmers and the seed growers in Denmark has come together and make a cooperative. We make breeding programs for many years. We have developed new varieties of many different species of grass species to different climates of the zone of the world. So actually we have today the knowledge we can help other farmers in the world in this kind. And we are not the only one in Denmark. We have the same in the United States, and we have the same in New Zealand and so on. We have the knowledge with grass seed to help on part of the climate change. So grass seed can play a part of the climate change mitigation and adaptation, and placed, of course, far away from the Danish latitudes. Let's just take a look on this place here, wonderful place south for Marrakesh in the desert. Believe it or not, but grass mixtures from all part of the world can reduce desertification and help people and animals to survive in these rural areas. We can deliver the right grass mixtures and advise the farmers in these areas how to make the area green again after the climate change. But of course we need investments and collaboration among these things, among all the good people, to find a solution in these things. As you can hear, I am very dedicated for grasses, and it is for good reason. Let me just mention a few of them. Did you, for example, know that 10 out of 15 crops that keep mankind from starvation, it is grasses, actually. We have more than around 10,000 different species of grass seeds, and alone in the United States we have 1,400 different species of grasses to all kind of climate and soils. So we have the knowledge to use it, just we have to spread it. However, we can aware that natural grasses and other vegetations in these border areas for the deserts, we can face it today. They can't survive in these areas when the climate changes. That's why we have to use the knowledge from other parts of the world to help these areas to come out of this situation. So it was just one example for how small crops like grasses actually can help and take a completely change in these areas if we want. and if we can go together and find the solutions. So farmers are ready to take the challenge and find the solutions together with you, the other parts, so that we can fulfill the Paris Agreement, both immediate and adapt. So we are ready to help the world. So what are we waiting for? Thank you.
I'd like now to ask Mr. Bernard van Leuven, the Research and Development Directors, Central African and Natural Resource Management from IITA, to take the floor.
Good morning. My name is Bernard van Loo. I'm working for the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture. We are based in Nigeria. I'm living in Nairobi. We have a network of staff and researchers in 23 countries in Africa. So I'm going to talk a bit about my experiences for the past 20 years with soil fertility management in Africa. So I'm going to talk about how integrated soil fertility management can actually make fertilizers work for smallholders in Africa. What is needed? What do we need for the continent? In areas like this, which are common, you see a lot of houses, no more fallow lands. In these areas, we need to get more outputs from the current land use. Yields in Africa, as we all know, are 1 ton, 2 tons of maize per hectare, which is unacceptably low. But also in these areas, this is a photo from the Congo forest. I don't think we want to destroy that forest, right? So even here, we need to stop using forests as fertilizer, which is happening quite often. Forest biomass is burned and that's what's used as fertilizer. So we want sustainably intensified agriculture. There's a lot of discourse and discussions around it, but usually it's about 3 principles. More productivity, making sure that you don't destroy other ecosystem services environment by increasing productivity, and creating resilience. If you translate this in the context of the COP, we can also probably call it climate smart agriculture. Productivity, ecosystem services are related to soil carbon, and resilience is related to adaptation. So this is what we want. What do we know from the past number of decades? We know that Malthus was wrong. Thomas Malthus, he predicted that there's going to be a limit to world population because the resources are finite and there will simply not be enough of those to support too many people. He was wrong. And he was not wrong because of organic matter. This is a photo from the Sahel in Africa. If you would be able to collect all the manure from all the cows and spread it on the cropland, you would apply 2.5 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. It's not enough to produce a little bit of maize. It's also not coming from legumes. Legumes, they do fix nitrogen, which is really good, but if you look at FAO data, there's only 3% of the agricultural land under legumes in Africa. So even if they fix 100 kilograms of nitrogen, it's still not going to make a big difference. So Malthus was wrong because of fertilizer. Yeah, and Bill Gates talked about it some time ago. Probably it will be mentioned later on again. At least half of the world population is here because of Haber-Bosch and the nitrogen fertilizer produced. So I'm living in Africa and I get a lot of conflicting messages on fertilizer. And it's very strange how a commodity that has helped so many people is often so much discussed and debated and often blamed for a lot of things. We also see that there was an Abuja meeting in 2006 where the heads of state promised to increase fertilizer use. We see this is happening. These are very recent data from Southern Africa, Mozambique, Malawi and Zambia. We see fertilizer use going up in Zambia and Malawi, not so much in Mozambique. We see also maize yields going up. And if you correlate them, you see a very nice relationship between extra yield and extra fertilizer use. Also in Africa, we will not find other ways than increased and better use of fertilizer to increase crop productivity and food security. How do we do this? Because there's a lot of issues with fertilizer, we know that, but fertilizer taken up by a crop or immobilized in soil is good, right? As long as it's not lost as gases or as pollutants to the water. It's about use efficiency. How can we use that fertilizer as efficiently as we can? It's an economic reason, for environmental reasons. And like all user efficiencies, it's about supplying, making sure that demand matches supply. It's good to apply something, but you need to be sure that there's demand for that product you've applied. We've learned a lot over the years on how to manage demand and supply. The fertilizer industry is talking about the 4 R's, the right amount, at the right time, in the right place, of the right source. So we know, if we want to stimulate supply, we need to use our fertilizer very, very well. Secondly, we also know that we need to apply fertilizer and organic resources, not or organic resources. Very often the discourse in Africa is organic agriculture versus fertilizer. It's not versus, it's in combination with. Because fertilizer often only contains a limited amount of nutrients. It doesn't necessarily add carbon to the soil. So we need both. Thirdly, we need good demand for those nutrients. Demand means healthy crops that need those nutrients, improved varieties. Fourthly, we need to manage our crops very well. If you have a very good variety that's not weeded in time or planted late, that crop is not going to take up all those nutrients that you've applied and managed well. So these 4 principles, we usually define them as parts of integrated soil fertility management. I will not read the text, but it's the same sort of phrasing in a little bit more words. Climate smart agriculture, we have a few long-term studies where we've looked at integrated soil fertility management and the climate smart nature of them, and we've seen that here are the 4 treatments. This last bar is really where ISFM is applied. We've seen that productivity, grain yields are quite higher. We've seen that resilience, variation over the years and yields is very low compared to other practices. And we've seen that carbon stocks are increasing. If we talk about those 3 things, productivity, resilience and carbon stocks, we talk about climate smart agriculture, right? So I will stop by presenting 4 arguments why we need fertilizer in Africa. Much more, but well used and well targeted and making sure it's used well. I've actually called it the 4 A's. The fertilizer industry talks about the 4 R's. I will present the 4 A's, the 4 arguments. There is the organic matter argument. African farming systems are short of organic matter. And organic matter is needed for a lot of other uses, including soil health, soil quality, mitigation. There is nutrients needed in the systems to increase the organic matter availability, and we know that for 1 ton of carbon we need 10 to 50 kilograms of nitrogen, so that's an important argument to support increased nutrient use. The resilience argument, as I've already shown, if you have fertilizer used smartly in combination with organic resources and good varieties, you increase the resilience to drought and to other stresses. The third argument is the conservation argument. As I said already, if we don't increase yields and productivity per unit area of land, we will see that forest in the Congo Basin disappearing in 30, 40 years' time. Not a good idea, I think. And the fourth argument is the human well-being argument. People that have more income and have a little bit of a better life, they will be able to think a little bit longer term than the next season. And as was said already by the predecessor, poor people, they don't really care too much about the environment. So thank you very much.
Yesterday I released a document that was in relation to, there was a news article came out that the minister was basically trying to play down the costs of solar power. They said that the solar power plants were costing them between 50 and 62 billion over the course of his 20-year contract. And as a result it was too expensive, and therefore South Africa was using it to justify the need to move over to nuclear. And there's a whole lot of back-end politics that goes in with that. Anybody that's in the renewable energy industry knows that it's an absolute load of rubbish, because a solar plant, and in this case they're referring to a 100 megawatt solar plant, for us to build a 100 megawatt solar plant costs us roughly 2 billion rand. and therefore it makes no sense as to why you would enter into a contract for 60 billion when the actual cost of the plant is 2 billion, and it makes its power from the sun exactly the same way that these people are going to be doing it. So why wouldn't local municipalities, ESCOM, etc., whoever, why wouldn't they just build their own plant and pay some people for maintenance, and that's it? And then it wouldn't cost them 60 billion rand, because ultimately renewable, what I proved inside that letter, is a far cheaper form of power. And then in addition to it, I brought into the environmental benefits in terms of the amount of charcoal that is used by coal fire, amount of water that is used by coal fire, 1.32 litres of water per kilowatt hour of energy, 1.32 litres, ludicrous. 1 kilogram of coal burned for 1 kilowatt of energy, 1 kilowatt hour of energy. I mean, it's absolute madness. So then I went on to nuclear, and I just explained the whole process of uranium and the cost, the CO2 costs that are associated with it. And I summarized basically by offering to show them supporting documentation that proves how much a solar plant costs on a cost sale basis on that scale, which is 100 megawatts. And at the end of the day, we're being completely misled. This has become a political tossing ground. What they're really trying to do is they have an intention, a small group of people have an intention to try and go with a beneficial kind of contract system where other people are making astronomical amounts of money that is costing us, the taxpayer, and also the consumer of that power. We are having to pay for this, and for no reason. And they're misleading us as to why they are doing that, and that's what that document was about.
My name is Commander Dr. Kamaldeen. I'm legal advisor to the Ghana Navy, but independently work for the Center for Maritime Law and Security, where I am the executive director. Fish crime is one of the issues that is very pervasive in Ghana and across the West African sub-region. Such a conference provides us the platform for coming out with effective policies to respond to that. Ghana recently had its yellow card lifted. What it means is that Ghana was seen as one of the countries that IUU, and speaking broadly, fish crime is found. And the EU gave Ghana a yellow card. What it meant for Ghana was that Ghana couldn't export fish to EU markets, and out of measures that has been taken within the country, that yellow card has been lifted. But it's still an indication that there are quite a number of measures that are required to create sustainable, more effective measures in dealing with fish crime. In the particular case that I mentioned, that was focused on IUU. But beyond IUU, you have broader issues of fish crime, just not within Ghana, but across the sub-region in West Africa. There is depleting fisheries across the world and depleting fisheries in West Africa. And if you understand the correlation, especially in developing countries, between fisheries and employment, but also the livelihood of many fishing community, then it is a serious concern, one that we have to respond to nationally, regionally, and internationally. Unless we do get the measures right in place, then we run the chance of having a collapsing fisheries, and that can then have ripple effect. I call it the multitude of security challenges, because when you have collapsed fisheries, you have endemic unemployment, you have increased maternal mortality, and that transforms into instability within the region, and its repercussions can even be broader. But it seems to me that where we should be focused is on using the the measures that we have in place already. We do have a lot of legal instruments that are already available. What we need to do is, within fisheries, utilize the legal instruments that are available to the fullest, and then we know the correlation between the instruments in fisheries and other instruments, for example, in transnational organized crime and those dealing with, for example, financial matters like laundering. So it is this interconnectivity that we really need to look at. But we do have sufficient legal framework available globally, and we need to make use of those instruments. I think the message there is for each of us to see fish beyond what is it in water that is swimming, or what is it on plate. What we have to look, even the ordinary people, is to know that there's a lot of connectivity within a fish. The livelihood of people, protein for example, the population, that transform, for example, into whether ordinary people that, for example, women that are pregnant, for example, will have sufficient protein to have a veritable reproductive system. So this connectivity is very important, and this is where we are always losing it, because we see fish just as something in waters, and we don't understand that fish has got this broader socio-economic dimension within which we should look at. So the fish is important, and every person must take measures to protect the fish. Whether you are somebody dwelling in the coast or whether you are somebody in the market, you have to look at the fish as something that is very valuable, much as we look at gold or diamond. Even those are not as valuable as the fish, but we don't live on gold and diamond, and only a few people are directly employed on such resources. You cannot compare that to a resource like fish that has got a more expanded employment base, and one that feeds the population and directly contributes to the socio-economic livelihood of the population. The general population of fisheries may be good, but there are some specific species that are in serious decline. Although I'm not somebody into fisheries management, I do know fish, and I can say, for example, that there are certain fish species that mostly these days we don't get in the market on the plate in Ghana. That is an indication that those fisheries have either run out or they are in serious decline. Center for Maritime Law and Security is a very new initiative. We are in Ghana, but looking across to the West African sub-region, and we're looking up to how we can work with partners, colleagues in research, donor institutions, to transform our local skills into something that can benefit the larger maritime industry.
Good morning, or good afternoon, everyone. I guess it is just switched over. I'm Clyde Graham. I'm Senior Vice President at Fertilizer Canada. Fertilizer Canada is an industry association of major manufacturers, distributors, and retailers of fertilizer in Canada. We're proud members of IFA, the International Fertilizer Association, and of the International Plant Nutrition Institute. So we have a vision that includes a number of different things, but one of the most important is nutrient stewardship, or looking after our fertilizer products. We are in the fertilizer industry in Canada, and our companies are some of the largest global players, companies like Agrium and Potash Corporation, Yara, CF Industries, Coke, etc. So we're very embedded in the sustainability challenge that the world faces, and this goes beyond climate, but climate's a key part of it. But we do have a growing world population, expected to hit 9.6 billion people by 2050. And then coupled with that, it's not just that we're going to have a lot more people, it's also that we want those people to have better diets. We want them to have better incomes, so the smallholder farmers have to be able to make a living and be able to send their kids to school and have proper medical care. But in terms of the diet, that's going to mean better crops. It's going to mean growing more livestock so that people can have animal protein and they can have a healthier diet. And we're going to have to grow more of that food from the existing farmland. Right now, the arable land that we have on this planet is very limited. We put tremendous pressure on grasslands and forests in order to put more land into production, but we've got to stop that, or at least limit its growth if we're going to be sustainable. And also, so that really leads to the question of how do we sustainably feed 9 billion people by 2050. We're also very embraced in the concept of climate smart agriculture. Again, that is climate smart agriculture about increasing the intensification of agriculture, but at the same time helping farmers to adapt and be more resilient to climate change. And nitrogen fertilizer, which is the key to fertilization because it's what gives more fertilizer, particularly in places like Africa, to grow the food we need and to give people the human development that they deserve. But the problem with fertilizer, with nitrogen fertilizer, is when you apply it, that nitrogen can convert to nitrous oxide as a gas. And that gas is 300 times more potent than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. Now, the amounts of N2O being produced are very small, but those small amounts of nitrous oxide are very critical to the issue of climate change. And as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, that using the right fertilization techniques, we believe can reduce the loss of that N2O by up to 25%, and the new science is showing that it could be as much as 50%. This could be very critical to the effort to reach the Paris Agreement's objectives. So the tool that we believe is critical to this is 4R nutrient stewardship, and Bernard laid out some of these principles. And some of the key factors of it, every farm and field is different around the world, and so you have to make decisions based on what farm you're working with, and that's what the 4Rs are designed to do. So we can't have a one-size-fits-all program for the world or for countries or even provinces or regions. We have to get down to the farm level and make decisions there. And 4Rs is really a framework for making good decisions about how to use fertilizer. It's also balancing economic, environmental, and social desires. In most of the world, farmers have typically made decisions based on trying to get the biggest yield as possible, but increasingly we think it's important that they also look at the environmental issues, where they're growing their crops, and also the societal needs, and there has to be a balance in that. So while yield remains critical for both feeding people and also for getting farmers' incomes, we have to start to balance more and more the environmental and social imperatives. And so the 4Rs is becoming increasingly recognized internationally, and we hope that one day it will become an international language for plant nutrition. So in Canada, we've been working on how do we reduce N2O emissions, primarily in the province of Alberta, which has a problem with oil and gas production. You're probably well aware of it. And they're looking for any way they can to offset the oil and gas carbon dioxide emissions. And so one way to do that is to help Alberta farmers reduce their emissions of N2O when they use nitrogen fertilizer. And again, by applying the 4Rs, we developed an offset system that allows farmers to get small payments for applying the 4Rs to reduce nitrous oxide emissions. And again, we're seeing about a 15 to 25% emission reduction when they do that. And the other thing is that we believe that these principles can be and are being taken in other parts of Canada and can be used around the world. And it's important for industry, for government, for environmental groups, for researchers to all be engaged in this kind of a discussion. So in Canada, we recognize that this can't be just a program at the farm level. We also have to have the science and the political buy-in for this kind of a program. But primarily what we're talking about is an extension or education program for farmers. That's at the heart of it. So where you see the beakers are where we have research programs at agricultural universities across Canada, where scientists are actually measuring the N2O emissions using lasers to actually determine how much N2O is actually coming off a crop using different 4R practices. Where we have sheets of wheat are where we actually have farmers that are where we're providing some small incentives for them to actually try the 4R program for nitrous oxide emission reduction protocol and other fertilizer best management practices, so that we get on-farm experience, because nothing will work better in getting one farmer to change his practices than in knowing what another farmer is doing and how it's succeeding. And then provincial governments, where we have the flags, that's where we have agreements with provincial agriculture departments to work on this with us in cooperation. So globally, we work very closely with the International Plant Nutrition Institute and with International Fertilizer Association. And IPNI, the International Plant Nutrition Institute, which has, I think, close to 40 PhD soil scientists around the world, is promoting 4Rs. And this is an example of a manual they've done for Africa on how the 4Rs can be applied in Africa. But they're also working in Malaysia and Russia and Southeast Asia and China, around the world, to see how the 4Rs can be applied. So in Canada, we are developing an international program to take these principles internationally. And it's our key partner in this is the Canadian Cooperative Association. In Canada, farm sizes are very large, particularly in Western Canada. They can be 5,000, 20,000 acres. They're enormous tracts of land. So we understand, too, that for smallholders where holdings can be in the area of 1 or 2 acres, it's very hard to get the scale that's needed to do this kind of an extension program. But by working with the Cooperative Association, we're hoping to align ourselves with farmer cooperatives in areas of the world where this kind of program is badly needed, in order to get the scale for project that we can make this kind of a program work. So the farmers can get the fertilizer, they can get the technical expertise they need, and there's also going to be support for marketing their crops so they can have the money to buy the fertilizer and also to raise their standard of living. So we think that 4R nutrient stewardship has demonstrated the potential to boost farmers' yields while improving environmental sustainability at the same time. I think all the farmers in the room would know that you can't do something that's going to destroy the economics of a farm and expect it to succeed. What we need are win-win programs where the farmer wins and the environment wins, climate change wins as well. So I want to thank everybody for your attention, and I hope to answer any questions that you have.
The Paris Agreement. I make no claim to being a farmer, but being a New Zealander and a New Zealand diplomat, I naturally have a very long-standing interest in the role of agriculture in trade, and of course currently in the collective challenge we face to deliver on the core goals of the Paris Agreement. I think you're all aware that although it's the temperature goals which drive the headline coverage of the Paris Agreement, and rightly so, food security is up there in the top of the agreement as well. And again, correctly, in both cases we are talking about issues which are existential issues for most or all of the world's population. Just to remind ourselves what we're talking about, in the preamble to the Paris Agreement, we have words recognising the fundamental priority of safeguarding food security and ending hunger, and the particular vulnerabilities of food production systems to the adverse impacts of climate change. And I think on this continent in particular, that last point, the particular vulnerabilities of food production systems needs to be emphasised. By way of context, the projections are pretty staggering. We're looking at a global population by mid-century of close to 10 billion. We are talking about some staggering increases in global food demand, driven not just by population growth, but also fast increases in incomes in what are now developing countries, but which are on the way to becoming countries with very large, prosperous middle classes. People need to be fed, to put it most basically, and yet that can never be an excuse for overlooking the role of the agriculture sector in global emissions. Currently, if memory serves me correctly, the agriculture sector collectively accounts for about 14% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and incidentally for about, in the case of the livestock sector anyway, about 15% of global water consumptions. So where does that take us in the context of a COP at which we are celebrating the entry into force of the Paris Agreement? I think we have to say, matter-of-factly, that at the same time as we feed this growing global population, there will be an expectation that agriculture will contribute to the global climate change response, and of course that will start with adaptation, but it will also have to include a response of some form to the emissions challenge, the mitigation element, in other words, of the Paris Agreement. I don't think we should be pessimistic about that. If you look at the INDCs or the NDCs that have been submitted, in one way or another, I think by our tally, about 120 countries have either committed to or have signalled they are open to contributing to mitigation of agricultural emissions as part of their contribution. How do we go about that? There are people throughout this room who are much more expert in agricultural systems than I am, but there are some obvious elements in there. I think a system-wide approach is going to be needed. Solutions will need to be regionally specific. They will need to be economically, commercially viable. In other words, solutions that can be applied on the farm, not just in theory. In terms of how we in New Zealand have tended to frame relationship between production, in other words, the food security element, and the mitigation challenge, we have found it very interesting to keep a focus on productivity and therefore emissions intensity. Had New Zealand's emissions from the farm sector since 1990 continued to grow in line with production, they would today be 40% higher than they were in 1990. They are higher, but only 15% higher, and that is a direct reflection of the improvements in productivity and therefore in emissions intensity. And it is replicating that sort of achievement and improving on it consistently at a global level across each part of the farm sector that'll be very important if we want to see the agricultural sector make its contribution. I'd like finally, building on the point I've just made, to underline the importance of the research effort and its application. Some of you will be aware that New Zealand has put its money where its mouth is in leading the formation and then the continuing work of what's called the Global Research Alliance, which is a consortium of countries with farm sectors and a commitment to developing technologies and practices which will directly feed into viable solutions on farm to allow progressively better reductions or unit improvements on, improvements in emissions level per unit of production. In fact, we will shortly be pleased to host the third joint GRA World Farmers Organisation study tour in New Zealand. I could go on, but I think in the interest of time I should pass on to the next speaker at that point. Thank you all very much for giving me the time to share some views.
And I would like to call on the podium Yvonne Hartz-Pitre, which is the person that along with us, she represents IFA, which is the partner that along with WFO and the Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture have give the birth to this recent intellectual output. In WFO we are very concerned about making people aware of as many practical information as possible. And to be practical information have to be readable. You know, long text most of the time are just left behind in nice shoulders but are not useful for people that are practitioners. And this kind of publication actually is the kind of answer that our people may need. You know, it's how to do it in 1, 2, 3 and 4 steps. And this is the reason why we have added this publication to a series of publications that in WFO we call H2O series. H2O, as many of you know, is the chemical formula for water, which, as you know, we cannot make without. I mean, we can make without food, but not certainly without water, which means that this kind of information is very necessary for making our business successful. But at the same time, if it's used as an acronym, H2O may means how to obtain, how to organize, how to orient, which is actually our main philosophy behind this kind of booklets that we own in WFO. It's how to orient farmers to do the right choice, how to let them organize, and how to obtain positive results. With that, I will cede the floor to our co-author, Yvonne Hartz-Pitre. Please, Yvonne, you have the floor.
What I would like to emphasize also is that in preparation of COP22, several African countries have submitted their INDCs or NDCs, as they are called now, and you might be aware that many of them have actually signaled their intention to reduce the use of mineral fertilizers in favor of organic solutions. Now, the call for organic solutions is certainly very valid, and actually also from an international fertilizer standpoint, we completely support that. Organic resources on the farm help to build up soil organic matter. However, we shouldn't lose sight, and Bernard has already emphasized that a little bit, we shouldn't lose sight that Africa has still a huge food security problem, and also the problem is that the soils are so depleted that using only organic at this point is certainly not the way to go. So what we would actually really like to promote, and this is also what the book is for, the integrated use of both. You're going first for your own sources of nutrients that are available on the farm, like manure, for example, and then combining them with mineral manufactured fertilizers. Sub-Saharan Africa, we also heard that, has to produce, for example, in terms of cereals, 3 times more than what they produce today by 2050. And doing this doesn't mean necessarily now to increase randomly fertilizers. We don't think that Africa needs necessarily to pass by these negative consequences that unfortunately several industrialized countries have experienced, meaning that soils nitrous oxides are extremely become an extreme problem, and that there is a huge overuse of certain mineral fertilizers. This is not the way to go. What we want to do precisely, and this is why we partner with the World Farmer Organization, and this is why we publish tools like, for example, this book, we want to avoid that. What we believe is what is possible maybe for Africa is really to tunneling through that and increasing their yields by sustainably and in a very adapted, tailored way, use their nutrients. The book is basically explaining in very, very simple layman terms how to combine this efficient application with good agronomic practices. You will also find several solutions on how fertilizers can help in terms of adaptation and mitigation, not only by contributing to plant growth and increasing soil carbon sequestration, but also by stalling deforestation and by reducing losses of water. Water management in relation to good agricultural practices and fertilizer use is actually also one of the key issues that we haven't addressed really today for the sake of time, but that the book will hopefully help you to understand. This book is really the user-friendly quintessence of a wealth of scientific knowledge, and we hope that through this partnership with WFO, farmers will be able, and extension trainers in particular also, will be able to get this knowledge, to understand this knowledge. And hopefully, hopefully you learn something, and hopefully you enjoy it.
Develop them in order to have, plus the production will have wood, fruit, medical, variety products. So we have societal wood, which is very important. It was discussed by Professor Natal. So the agroforestry is cost-effective. It's not a highly in the input demand solution to enhance food security, and a lot of importance is gained from agroforestry, which is developed in the continent. You can see here that the agro-process of carbon sequestration, and a lot of can be with workmen, and a lot of possibility of carbon sequestration in agroforestry, which also can help to nourish and develop further the land in there. Another issue is conservation agriculture. Conservation agriculture, which is just the based on three main principles: minimizing the soil disturbance, maximizing the soil disturbance, stimulating the biological cover. And there is one thing that I would like to say, that COP, as I said by Allah, they don't want to be, they don't know if they are on the tip or not. So the conservation worldwide is something like 157 million hectares. It's around 11% around the world, and Africa is now at 1.2 million hectares. I will give you for some other data. You can see that there are some changes. There's some evolution in 70s, where Lavatallah was in Nigeria. It was few hectares, but now we are under 1.2 million hectares. That means that conservation holds great promise for Africa, and those farmers that are doing conservation cannot be wrong. So those are what is, so we have million of farmers that are doing conservation in Africa, and they cannot be wrong, and should be expanded in Africa. So this is one of the research that was in Zimbabwe, Malawi, Zambia, Kenya, and you can see that when you cross the yield and conservation and conventional tillage, there is tendency for closing this yield gap with CA. This is my research in Morocco, and a lot of improvement with conservation agriculture, also in terms of carbon sequestration. And I have here two data in Sub-Saharan Africa and India, and the development in carbon sequestration has been even higher in tropical Sub-Saharan Africa than in India. As said by Professor Attal, there is no data on abatement on carbon emission, but I just would like here to see that there's a lot of abatement of CO2 with conservation agriculture, and I found one paper that's saying that Kenya is anticipating an increase in carbon uptake by 1.1 million of dioxide, carbon dioxide in 2030, which is equivalent to an increase of 0.04 if we change from multi farming to from conventional tillage to multi farming in the climate change action plan of Kenya, which is very important to conservation agriculture can be with trees. So, and you can see that Spain and other countries in Europe that have conservation agriculture with olive, with almond, and you can see also Paraguay, orange, and citrus, and so on, which can also develop this aspect. There's another that we crossed the, crossed all the sustainable land management system, and you can see that, for example, the no-till is the one that permits the higher carbon sequestration, that also permits better input, better yield, and all of them that can either help to have both carbon sequestration and profit, or can have one of the two. It's also important to develop African innovation to keep farming design, build the indigenous system. We have to develop in several countries, and one of the. So, as said by Ratan, we have to go from degradation spiral to sustainability spiral. So we have to reverse the situation, and all agroforestry, conservation agriculture, and innovative farming system that are in place indigenous can help to have the shifting from degradation to sustainability or resilience. Just key messages, the one that I would like to, we have to tackle risk and drivers to limit amplification. There is now, if we don't do anything, we will amplify we have to stand at the same time, the same part, soils, crop, livelihood, ecosystems. We have to manage the multifunctionality of agriculture system in Africa. We have to develop knowledge and access to robust technologies and information, as well as enhancing skills for all stakeholders. We have to develop and market indigenous knowledge. It's very important. We have to identify the policy space, this last slide, the policy space for agriculture resilience, defining and allocating responsibilities among stakeholders. We have to sustain the links among government, research, extension, offices, NGOs, and civil society, private, all of them should be in process. And we have to implement national and regional level effort to extend and scale up climate smart agriculture, sustainable land management, agroforestry, and thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to ENN, the Environmental News Network. We are sitting here in the beautiful Cape Town. It's a bit overcast today. I'm not going to do what I normally do, in which case I cover some news stories that have come out this week. We're going to shoot that later towards the end of this week, so you can look forward to that at the end of the week. What we're going to do today is we're going to have a little discussion that kind of falls hand in hand with a very similar styled release that we did about overfishing. We did this last week. We got quite a large response from that. But I found it quite interesting that down a similar line that we should start to focus on what's going on in the oceans. It seems that mostly the responses we got were positive. But I also seem to think that science being what it is, you get a lot of scientists that are focusing on various different areas or branches of science, and they don't seem to unify them. Science is a very focused kind of concept. You'll have one scientist that is working on whatever quantum physics or branch of quantum physics, and you've got another scientist working on something else completely, and they very rarely marry together to form a coherent picture. Since my job, or Mother Channel's job, is about bringing you news, we've had to do a lot of research into news and stories that are emerging in relation to climate change, in relation to overfishing, extreme weather, the effects of ocean acidification, and the ongoing kind of state of the environment. But what it does is it allows you to start to see a much broader picture of what is actually going on in the planet, as opposed to seeing these very narrow kind of snatches that you may or may not pick up in news that is around you. So today's kind of story is about microplastics. Now, for those of you that don't know, microplastics is contained in almost every product that you kind of use in your bathroom, from hair shampoo all the way through to toothpaste. In fact, if you use toothpaste as an example, the reason why they put microplastics in toothpaste is so that it gives it that abrasive effect that removes plaque from your teeth. It is an inert substance, it's purely plastic, and in itself it is, it's oil based obviously, but it's not necessarily problematic in and of itself. But what happens is people all around the world, they make use of substances or kind of products that contain microplastics. And of course, if you're in a shower or if you're in a bath or standing at your basin, all of those microplastics, they drain down the drain. What's supposed to happen is that they should be ultimately, hopefully, picked up down the line. But being micro, two of them can fit in kind of roughly a hair kind of follicle. They're really, really small. They're not picked up by any filtration system. So they're not picked up either by any sewage or kind of wastewater system. And generally what happens is they flush directly out into the sea. Now, in a way, this is kind of out of sight, out of mind. But there is another kind of phenomena that's happening in the ocean, where everyone has been speaking about the volume of plastics, so from drinking water bottles, some, in fact, news this week, some countries, some states in the United States completely banned, plastic water bottles, which is a good start, but in a large respect, the damage has already been done. Those water bottles, they kind of work against each other, they degrade each other with the sunlight, and they basically sink to the bottom of the ocean floor, where they are joined up with this flow of microplastics that we use in daily household products. Now, microplastics are inert, so they kind of sink to the bottom of the ocean, but because they are oil-based, they are able to attract kind of other oil-based and other chemicals around them. So what happens is microplastics act as almost like a catalyst in terms of attracting other chemicals, highly toxic chemicals in some cases, around them. And then what happens is filter feeders, they basically start to, or suction feeders, what do they call them, gill feeders, they basically, it's not the right name, but they suck up the parts of the ocean floor, and they suck these microplastics into their bodies. Now, obviously, these microplastics are toxic both to the fish and obviously to the ocean. But there's been higher and higher and higher concentrations of microplastics. And as you know, there's a food chain that goes on in the ocean. So what happens is a smaller fish is eaten by a bigger fish, and eventually the cycle goes on until it's ultimately, eaten by commercial fish. So the commercial fish are therefore ingesting microplastics back into their own system, and that microplastic then gets delivered back onto your table. So there's a big cycle that goes through from the microplastics that are used inside of your toothpaste or your hair wash. It's a big cycle ultimately going through the food chain until it lands back in your gut. But they don't land back in your gut as an inert plastic. They land back in your gut filled with toxic chemicals. Now that is a truth cycle. That is a big problem that is going on all over the world. And that problem, you can actually take a sample of water anywhere in the world, and there will be a large proportion of microplastics in it. And so you can see how this is starting to have, first of all, effect on human health. But generally I find a lot of people, they're prepared to throw aside the concept of impact of human health. So I'm going to add a couple of, if you consider that our main narrative, so that's our main story, I'd like you to remember a couple of things. Do you remember the Rio Games that are currently going on? they had a report that came out recently about multiple drug-resistant bacteria that was found in the water, where they were intending to go and do the kind of the sailing events. They even had one German kind of Olympic entrant for sailing, not wanting to touch the water because he felt that it was dirty, and in fact he was absolutely right, it was polluted. And it was polluted because there is a world legislation in terms of the amount of sewage that needs to be refined, processed, cleaned before it's put out into the sea. And as it turns out, it's 51%. So that means that of all the stuff that is flushed down into our drains and into the sewage system, only 51% of it actually needs to be processed before it gets shoved out into the ocean. Now, why does bacteria all of a sudden develop some kind of immunity or some kind of response in terms of its toxicity and its ability to infect people? Why does a bacteria go through a gene shift? The reason for this is because of those chemicals that are in the water. For argument's sake, I saw an advert on television yesterday. It was for a bleach, like a drain cleaner. It was Domestos. And people basically go and they squirt this drain cleaner inside of their toilets and brings this beautiful lemon fresh scent, and that basically gets flushed down the toilet. Now Domestos is an antibacterial property. Now, much in the same as humans, if you take an antibiotic, you don't finish the course. There is a high probability that you still contain the bacteria in you. And what that bacteria does is it learns an immunity to that specific strain of antibiotic. And this is happening all the time with all the chemicals that we are basically flushing down into the oceans. And that is what brought about this change in terms of what was going on about this highly virulent form of bacteria that was found inside of, at the Rio Games. So this is extremely problematic. But add to this now, we had a report. So this is just trying to keep you on the narrative. So add that little story that I've just told you about Rio on the side stream of the narrative. And you can see how these all start to kind of marry together. If you add to it, the World Wildlife Foundation, they basically released a report in terms of the chemicals that are being flushed into the Mediterranean. Then, of course, we had that report that we issued last week about how the Mediterranean is a barren desert. Basically it's an ocean, but it's a desert. There's no more life. There's just pieces of kelp, and the kind of ocean cycle or food cycle or life cycle of that ocean has dramatically changed as a result of the chemicals that are being flushed into it. And then the World Wildlife Foundation picked up that there was actually a whole lot of unknown chemicals. These are chemicals that haven't been identified before. They've basically been married together by microplastics in the oceans. So the microplastics were actually causing different bonds to join inside of different chemicals and form whole new chemicals that nobody actually has any idea what they do. No idea. But we do know that they are likely toxic. They're definitely toxic to fish. You are therefore ingesting those fish. So remember our main narrative, we had the Rio Games, we had the World Wildlife Foundation talking about the chemicals into the sea. Now we've had a discussion about the report that came out previously talking about the volume of chemicals that are in the Mediterranean. And then, of course, there are all those very popular stories about those big floating plastic islands that are basically sitting out in the ocean, slowly corroding, making more and more kind of microplastics as they degrade. But a new study has come out inside of this week that basically has proven that not only does the small larvae and kind of the smaller kind of filter feeders that live in the oceans, not only do they start to eat these microplastics, but they almost have a preference for these microplastics. And they are consuming vast quantities of this. But this is having a direct impact on their reproductive ability. The toxins are so strong in them that there's roughly a 30% reduction in their ability. So if you took a whole segment of larvae, you picked it up and you see how many could reproduce by comparison to how many can reproduce in the current ocean environment, there's been a reduction by up to 30%, and there's been a reduction of almost 50% in terms of their lifespan, which means that those toxins, those chemicals, are having a direct effect, a direct impact on the lifespan of those creatures and naturally on the health of those creatures. So obviously, if you take again a look at the whole narrative, at the impact of all of the chemicals that are flooding into the oceans, the effects that are being picked up by this scientist there in the Mediterranean, this scientist there in the States picking up the impact on larvae, there in Rio, the impact of what's going on in terms of, you know, the new bacterial strains that are found inside of the oceans, it's actually quite crazy. The problem is extremely real. So I posed it to a couple of people yesterday. I said, okay, now listen, here's the problem. I told them pretty much the same story that I've told you. And a lot of it, well, I mainly posed it to women. And generally, there is, you know, in as much as there is a sense of alarm about it, there is also a sense of kind of, well, you know, what can I do? You know, they're not making the products that are using microplastics. They utilize the products that are making, that are obviously have microplastics. And so this is a problem. If you consider that over half of the world's population are female, that gives you roughly, what, 3.5 billion people. And let's assume that a large proportion of those people are able to shower and have access to kind of modern day shampoos and modern day kind of toothpaste. And if you consider the volume of plastics entering into the ocean, it's huge. Then add to this little report that came out recently in relation to, you know, kind of the farming industry and how much kind of the pesticides and the kind of chemicals that they're spraying all over their crops, and what happens to those, that the chemicals are going off into the waterways and eventually into the rivers, and from the rivers into the seas. You can see that there is almost a permanent chemical runoff coming off the land. And there are very few actual alternatives to it. So what I'd like to do is this. Obviously there are some kind of, you know, generalized alternatives to this, but what I'd like to do is this. I'd like to pose whoever is watching this a challenge. I really believe that where you have a problem, you have an opportunity to resolve it. There is a dire need for high-grade, you know, kind of woman cleaning products and toothpastes and things that a person uses on a daily basis, but do not contain, you know, destructive chemicals or do not contain microplastics. There is a huge industry awaiting you. For anybody who's watching this that has the entrepreneurial ability to think up these products, bring them to market, we will, you know, on our channel, we'll even advertise them for you. Let's make this, you know, it's much easier for me to go and say, listen, here is a viable alternative to your, you know, great hair shampoo. Here's a viable alternative to your toothpaste. It's much easier to bring people alternatives that are healthy, good, and pure. Give them the information that I've just given you and allow them to make the decision. Invariably, women being the nurturers amongst us, invariably make the right decisions. They don't want to eat toxins. They don't want to eat microplastics. The big predatory fish that you're finding in sushi, you know, they pulled samples from the livers. They pulled samples from the actual flank, the meat, what you eat. They are filled with microplastics. To cap this little story off, I'm going to just add a little impact. If you have been watching my shows, I basically talk a lot about sharing, you know, so sharing in the hope that what we can do is form a kind of mass movement, because as I've always explained, we're a demographic to a political party. By having enough people of the same thinking, of the same mind, of the same concerns, it's a matter of time before new politicians start to spring up preaching the very things that we need to have done. And here is another great example of it, and I love to bring up these examples of it, but the Chesapeake Bay previously was having massive problems in terms of, big ocean, lake dead zones. They're absolutely depleted of any oxygen. And so the nearby city, they implemented the first kind of air quality controls and rigorously maintained these. They did this roughly about 5 years ago. Now, the result has been that, first of all, the atmosphere above the city has completely, almost cleared itself. It's become cleaner, there's less smog, there's less generalized atmospheric pollution. And for the first time in this week, a report came out showing the response that the river was having to it. All the deoxygenated zones that we were seeing, both in the river, both downstream in terms of the bay that it was feeding, they have completely cleared themselves out. The river has higher oxygen content, more balanced nitrogen content, and has started to reform almost, river estuaries. They've started to reform the kind of life forms that would feed off these things. It's become an attractive place to go. Attractive place if you're a fish, that is, but it's become an attractive place to be. And it just goes to show you how adjustments in terms of legislation can start to bring around like immediate results. In this case, it was 5 years. Now, what I've proposed to you is a main narrative, a main story, based around microplastics, the impact that microplastics will have. I've also suggested to you a whole lot of other surrounding stories, because scientists always only focus on single pieces that are all related to this. And if you think about it, you can see the scale of this problem. But you can also see a potential resolution in the form of an opportunity. The person that brings this market something that is good, clean, healthy, does the same job in terms of making your hair smell great, in terms of cleaning your toilet so it's lemon fresh, but without destroying chemicals or nasty chemicals flooding into the ocean. And lastly, as we've already been picking up in our 5-point plan, a shift over to organic farming, for argument's sake, completely rid the flow of chemicals coming off farmlands into the waterways, into the rivers. And if you think about that last story that I had about the impact of coal ash, how it's bringing about arsenic in the various different waterways, and how it's actually being picked up by farmers' boreholes. So the reality is that these are very solvable problems, but not only are they solvable, they also are a great opportunity. And where there's great opportunity, there is great minds behind it to drive it, to make it happen. And so let's make it happen. Let's bring about that change. Let's start to drive the legislation in our areas that what we're talking about is clean air. We're talking about clean waterways. We're talking about clean products that are not destroying our oceans. And we're talking about clean forms of living that are not causing a permanent chemical runoff into our oceans. I hope you enjoyed today. I enjoyed telling you, as I said, going to get a news update at the end of this week where I'll bring you some really cool stories. There's been some really cool stories that have happened inside this week. Some good news, some not so good news. But generally, I think that if you consider what I've been saying, consider where we're going, I think it's time that you share this. Just click on that little share button, share it with the people that you know. Let's make it happen. Thank you so much for watching, and enjoy the rest of your day.
My name is Dr. Ali Omar. I'm from NASA Langley Research Center. This is in Hampton, Virginia in the United States of America. And I've been talking about air quality and the impact of air quality on health.
What happened, all the various gases that you're measuring.
Right.
You mentioned some of them come down again. Can you describe all the sorts of things that happen, for example, to carbon dioxide?
Okay, yeah. So we know for sure that a lot of these gases that get emitted, like NO2, SO2, they get processed in clouds. So they get entrained in the clouds, they get processed. In the aqueous environment, they are more likely to be processed into acids. In sulfur dioxide's case, into sulfuric acid, and NO2's case, into nitric acid.
What does the acids do?
So the acids are deposited, wet deposition on the surface, and then they become an acid rain problem, for one. And if they don't, they could add to the acidification of the ocean. They could also add to the acidification of the soil. Right? There's more NO2, SO2, sulfuric acid in the soil. So the effect of that could be both ways. A soil that is very highly alkalinic needs some acid, and the soil that's already acidic cannot do with any more acid. So it really, the effect is likely to be dependent on where they are deposited. If they are deposited in a highly acidic area, then they just accelerate the acidification of that area. For the ocean, we know the effect has to be negative, because any acidification in the ocean has an effect on the coral reefs and on the habitat for several species that depend on the coral reefs. So acidification tends to dissolve the carbonate that forms coral reefs. So that's not good for the ocean. But for the land surface, it really depends on whether the surface was more alkalinic or more acidic to begin with, to tell whether the effect is positive or negative.
Is there any way of getting the carbon dioxide out of circulation before it becomes carbonic acid?
The only way to get out of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere is by processes that are called carbon capture. And there are many carbon capture technologies, and there are many carbon capture processes that are currently implemented in several environments, including some of the coal-fired power plants that are required to reduce their CO2 emission.
Where do they put it?
Where do they put the carbon? They try to sequester the carbon by putting it back into the land, and so they put it in the land, and with the idea that it's either going to stay there forever or become processed into some carbonate compound, but it is effectively captured by the earth.
You can process carbon dioxide into a carbon compound like plants do.
If you have, for example, an alkaline base like calcium hydroxide, then you can process CO2 to calcium carbonate, and it will be captured for a long time. But that doesn't preclude that it will be released if there is a combustion event or a volcanic eruption from that very spot where it's captured.
My name is Mohammed Boulif, and I'm a professor at the National School of Agriculture in Meknes, Morocco.
What are you busy with at the moment?
At the moment, I'm busy teaching, of course, and doing some research on cereal crops. And during the last 3 to 4 years, I've been working with the farmers, teaching them how to use the appropriate techniques from the tilling to the harvest to help them increase their production, their yields.
We have many farmers as our viewers. Could you tell us some of the advice that you give your farmers, please?
Yes, we know that agriculture is, and the farmers are operating in uncertain conditions due to climate change, and also the evolution of the progress, scientific and technical. And sometimes we want to shorten that distance from the time the innovation is produced to bring it to the farmers, to benefit from it immediately. So my concern is not only plant disease, but integrated production. That means to look to the production process as an integrated process from the beginning to the start. And every piece should be very well thought, very well thought about, and especially implemented in the right way, in a way that is acceptable to the farmers. That means you have to develop communication skills with your farmers, the farmers you are talking to, and facilitate the message and educate them about all the issues and the challenges, and study with them the problems that they encounter on their own fields.
Are they mostly small farmers, or have they got giant lands?
Well, in my experience during the past 4 years, I have worked with different groups. Some farmers in the north are medium to large farmers, and those have proven to be receptive to novel ideas and progress. And as a matter of fact, we have reached a yield of 92 quintals, that means 9.2 tons to the hectare, and unprecedented in Morocco, due to the techniques and advice given to the farmers, which they have accepted very well. And one particular farmer, who had the means to do so, applied all the techniques and has gotten this marvelous yield, which produced the news in Morocco.
Do you use fertilizers or organic?
No, obviously agriculture in Morocco went from completely organic in the decades, let's say the 20s, the 30s, and the modern agriculture has been introduced with the French colonization from 20s and 30s, and it had spread to the local farmers after independence in the 50s. So Morocco has conducted a conscious, in order to increase yields, they have conducted extension programs to enhance fertilizer use, chemical fertilizer use, at the same time while the farmers were using organic. At the moment, presently, farmers still heavily on chemical fertilizers and some organic for cereals. I'm talking about cereals. However, for vegetable crops in the mountains, they're still relying heavily, and in the coastal areas too, they're still relying heavily on organic fertilizers, manure. Yeah.
That's very good to know, because it's now been found that the most immune system microbes that you require really only occur in the organically grown.
Definitely, definitely.
Do you use a lot of poisons in Morocco? On your
What do you mean poisons?
Your sprays. Do you spray?
No, I think I'm a plant health specialist. I must say with quite confidence that Morocco is rather a clean country. When you see that in a country you invest less than 200 dirhams per hectare to pesticides, it gives you an idea how much Morocco uses pesticide. Not much.
That's very good.
That's, our agriculture is still healthy. Yeah. Unlike some other people would like to think about it. Well, it happens that some vegetables or some fruits can be overly treated at some point in time because people are after quality.
So you
they want to make
that figure of 200 dirhams.
Yes, fruits, field crops, less than 200 dirhams. But now, if we segment that to the horticultural crops, that means vegetables and fruits, we might find that some of the crops are overly treated, but not much more than what is found in Europe.
Do you advocate continuance of monoculture? Because monoculture is, of course, now being found to be very deadly to the microbes in the soil.
Yes, I'm from the start. I come from a farm. I'm a farm boy. From the start, I believed in diversity. I believed in diversity, and the first thing I teach to the farmers in my farmers' field schools, I call them like this way, is crop rotation. you have to rotate your crops on the same land. You have to have that diversity. Otherwise, if you do not apply that crop rotation, you will be faced with diseases, with weeds, and with other undesirable things. Soil fertility, for example. If we alternate cereals with food legumes, we get nitrogen from the atmosphere, fixed in the soil. So we gain about 30 units to 40 units per season if we alternate cereals with food legumes. You see that? That's one advantage. The other thing that I tell the people in this uncertain, these uncertain conditions, climatic conditions I intend, is to plant early, because agriculture has become a gamble. You are gambling with the weather. So the earlier you plant, the more you will profit from the rain that falls from the skies. See, and the other thing is that adjust your plant population to the water resources that you have. That's crucial, because if you overcrowd a field that has a given water reservoir, and all those plants will deplete whatever water is there. So the plant population must be adjusted. The fertilizer must be brought in the right amounts, not overly applied, and at certain moments, especially when the crop needs it. In cereals, we know when to apply fertilizer and when not. For example, if we rely on whatever fertilizer is there in the soil at planting time, we may apply some 30 units of nitrogen and 50 or 60 of phosphorus, and equivalent. Moroccan soils are rich in potassium, so we can skip potassium at all. So that's where scientific knowledge can be very helpful to the farmers. And then if it rains, I will bring as a top dressing another 30 units of nitrogen. If it doesn't rain, I will keep it that way. So it's a reasoned management, That's where science comes in and relieves the farmer and relieves also their budgets.
The good thing is, because nitrogen is very, very volatile.
Yes.
And it links with the atmosphere. And nitrous oxide is extremely dense gas. So to not apply it if you don't have to.
Yeah, really exactly. That's the main advice I give them. There is no sense in applying nitrogen when it is dry, when the sun is hot, when the weather is hot. It becomes toxic to the atmosphere, to the environment, and it's a loss. It's a complete loss.
What about the carbon content of the soil, like the organic matter that you put inside the soil to hold the moisture in the soil and to encourage the growth of microbes? Do you do that in this country?
Yes. This ties in with your first question, how much Moroccan agriculture was organic. In the past, it was all organic, no pesticide, and it went just well. But on the other hand, the population was small. Now the population is 3 times what it has been in the 50s. We must feed all that population. So all in all, I can say that the Moroccan soils are poor now in organic matter due to overexploitation. The turnover, the rate at which the organic matter has been incorporated to the soil, or the depletion of the organic matter from the soil is far higher than the rate of reconstitution of organic matter. That's a real problem now. And that's the reason why I urge the farmers to use whatever manure they have, whatever organic matter. And the other idea is that to resort to this technique, to the no-till techniques. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, very well.
Okay, so that's one way that we keep the stubble on the ground, and it decomposes and enriches the soil in terms of organic matter. We are promoting these techniques not only for the organic matter, but also to conserve the water, whatever water infiltrates in the soil, and the stubble that stays on top of it as a mulch will prevent evaporation, and will keep the soil water reservoir to the benefit of the crops.
The other advantage, of course, is that your root ball of that plant contains little animals, little microbes that have taken a long time to get there. To lose them just because you till the soil is stupid.
Exactly.
So you leave them there, then they transfer themselves to the new root ball.
Yes, but that's our, what saves us is the rate at which those microbes can multiply. They can reconstitute the microflora quite well if we keep on using the appropriate techniques, the tilling techniques, the crop rotation, and less pesticides. They can be reconstituted very quickly in a number of years. Yeah, it's very important. Mother Nature does that very well.
Do you have any figures? I'm not going to say you remember them in your head though. So generally, do you think that the crop yields per hectare or per whatever it is have really grown since the introduction of fertilizers and pesticides? On the whole, many countries have found that has not been the case. Although it was professed that introducing fertilizers and genetically modified, especially genetically modified, it has not improved the yields, and it certainly hasn't improved the profitability of the crop because of the high cost of the fertilizer.
Yeah. Let me just say that I qualify myself as a reasonable agricultural scientist. There will be no production without fertilizers. Let's face it. The fact to say that we can do without fertilizers is for me something unacceptable. It's just the balance, inputs, outputs. In order to produce something, you have to bring something. And without bringing any fertilizer, your yields will remain low. And in Morocco, the government has conducted an extension program and vulgarization program about in the 50s and 60s, in the 60s, called Operation Labour, Opération Labour, how to till the soil properly, and also fertilizers, how to fertilize properly, but not overly fertilizing. That's what we're doing. We're bringing the right amount of fertilizers in Morocco to bring the yields up, but we're not wasting. Maybe some farmers are not doing it the right way. For example, as we said earlier, the nitrogen during dry periods, and they will burn their crops to start with. And the nitrogen volatilizes, evaporates in the atmosphere. So I think we have done a good job in Morocco in teaching the farmers how to use the fertilizers. And especially it is self-regulated because fertilizer, they cost money. And most of the farmers, especially the small ones, do not have the budgets and the finance to do so. They must think twice about wasting the fertilizer just by, yes, the budget and the financial factor is